Hello, everyone, and welcome to the season finale of season four, at least the demo play of season four of RPGs Uncovered. Cyberrats, Corpo-Rat, Shills. I am so excited and nervous and bittersweet for this season finale. This has been a trip, guys. It has been such a blast with this game. It's been an extended season, and I have loved every episode, every minute of it. And these guys, the cast, have just been absolutely fantastic. So I'm gonna be sad to see these characters go. I hope they go well, whether that is whether alive or dead. I hope they go well. And then we will be back next week for the final sort of review and analysis of Cyberrats as a whole, and a sort of extended after show of this entire series, as well as talking about the game. So we will be back next week for the actual season finale of this series. But this is the last episode of our actual play. If you are just jumping in, well, this is the end, but it's going to be an explosive, climactic end. You can find all the previous episodes on our YouTube, as well as all the previous seasons. But hey, stick around, because it's going to be a great time. Let's see, I'm going to try to keep this short, because we have a lot to squeeze in for today. We got to see this episode, this series complete, this story complete. So, hello everyone, I'm Jack. Oh no, we've already had our first technical difficulty with JD
Oh
dropping out.
no.
Cameras are going to be a little wonky for a second, but hopefully they'll be right back. Um, I'm in the right place. There we go. Everyone will be back shortly. Yeah, it's not a stream if something doesn't happen. Okay, so keeping this short. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If you want to support, go tell people about the show, bring them in, send them over to the YouTube, send them over to Twitter to say hello, drop in the Discord so you can talk to myself and all these fantastic people, as well as a number of absolutely incredible indie game developers. We have a ton of people over there who create games, general enthusiasts, and all kinds of other support, be it artists or editors or publishers or whatever it may be. It's a great indie TTRPG resource and community. So come in and say hi. This is going to be a climactic game, so you can also clip anything cool that happens. That's super fun. I like smashing them together, throwing them up as clips on YouTube, whatever it may be. And if you do like what we do here on RPGs Uncovered, and you have the means and interest to support financially, the best way to do that is to head over to Ko-Fi, where you can either do a one-time donation. I have a little bar there leading to an animated intro, which is going to be super cool once I finally get it done. Or you can pledge monthly, in which you unlock after shows we do at the end of every show, player side information like character sheets and backgrounds and whatnot, and GM side stuff like my notes and maps and all that. And, of course, if you want to support specifically this cast, we have the Mayhem meter, which you can see up in the corner over there. That is going to be super important today. This is the last day you can do that. Well, I might roll it over for next week, but it won't really have any benefit. This is the last little bit to get that final mayhem mode into our finale. Every $50, we are already at 25. Every $50, something crazy happens. Mayhem mode. Last week we activated Vacutron and gave Hank a missile that he still has the ability to play with. So $25 more, and we will have another something crazy happen. And anything we get through the mayhem mode is split between all five of us, goes to the cast. It helps support these wonderful people for their time and creativity and just being wonderful on this show. So if you want to help support these fantastic people, the Mayhem mode is the way to do it. Scroll down, there's a little banner, you can click on that, easy peasy. I think that is about it. Also, free channel point, channel buys. Head over to the channel point button, check out what you can do. It's going to be super helpful today with buying action dice for these incredible people and their characters, and airdrops, which is going to be super helpful because resources are thin. I think that is about all I have to say. I will save my own extra announcements and scheduling stuff for later, because we got to get to this. So let me throw it over to these fantastic people one last time to introduce their characters. Alex, Mr. Cyberrats, hello and welcome to
Oh,
our
whoa.
finale.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I am going to be raising the ruckus with Freighter Joe, the unreasonably fast, large brute rat. And I'm also going to be helping set up a bomb, I think, with Nibbles, the uh, the rat swarm that has gone through more character development than any other character I have ever played, ranging from villain to beloved and back, bouncing rapidly
Love it.
with many relationships. So that is what I will be bringing to the table today.
Love it. All right. Q, always a blast. Hello and welcome to our finale.
Hello, hello. So glad to be here. I'm Q. I'm going to be playing two messes, but in different ways. Uh, Hank, aka Henry Levi Razor. He's got a big sword that he is like to swing. And then Pack Rat, the best hacker on the team, TM. Yeah, no, just here to have a good time. I'm very excited. I'm very nervous. Ah,
Yes. All right. And Aaron, always keeping us on our toes. Hello and welcome to the finale.
Hello, I will be playing Esme, a femme fatale, psychic, a swarm of rats in a tight dress. And I will also be playing Ash, the team's resident explosives expert, and future heist criminal.
If we survive.
Hopefully.
Which brings us to last but certainly not least, JD, always bringing the feels. Hello and welcome to the finale.
I am so nervous for today. So yes, I am JD. Today I will be playing Hayden, who just wants everyone on their team, especially their brother, to survive along with them. And Ian, who is the man with the plan and hopes he will not have to hand that plan over to the surviving members of the team to go on without him.
Yep. We will see if we can make it happen. And if enough of us survive, that will probably be a one-shot sometime down the road. But that is all of us introduced, and it is time to get on with our season finale of Corpo-Rat Shills. Everyone ready? As Q said, hold on to your butts. We open with the Operation Cheese Cutter team. Nibbles, Esme, Hayden, and Hank blitzing through the military compound somewhere in the Egyptian desert. We see, in recap of the previous episode, them soaring down from their tactical blimp, covered by anti-air fire. They make it to the ground safely, and they blitz through wave after wave, level after level of this military compound, taking out already ruined buildings. We see the pesky Leone Cervantes that has been plaguing them for mission after mission now, finally quelled. And we see them breach into this heavily fortified military facility. They scramble to assemble all of the pieces and power supplies and computer code they need to activate this alien psionic gate. It whirs to life, static shooting out, steam blasting from the background as this bluish, purplish, blackish energy begins to swirl around this circle of a portal until it forms a funnel, the event horizon of this wormhole, which, if all goes according to plan, according to the coordinates we received from the custodian taken out at the Valdivian R&D base, this should deposit them right on the bridge of the alien interloper mothership. They dash forward, more military personnel rushing from outside the compound to stop them, to prevent them. to thwart them from whatever they are doing to compromise their actual operation that they have been undertaking. But we see the four of our operatives, Nibbles, Esme, Hayden, and Hank, jump through the event horizon of this wormhole. And the camera follows, of course. Twisting and turning, bending and flattening, expanding in a rush of deep purple, electric blue, and the cosmic blackness that is this wormhole. Until there is a blinding flash of white light, and the team is forcefully ejected out of the wormhole, out of another gate. They tumble, cold and coughing, jittering, slamming into the floor and into various consoles. Somewhere, presumably on this mothership. The adrenaline still coursing through their veins, and knowing what they still have in store for them. They brush themselves off, stand up, and as their vision comes to them, they see that they are in a cavernous room. A bridge, certainly. They can see consoles all over the place. They can hear the whir of machines, the din of alien commands and conversation as they have flopped out of this wormhole onto an active bridge. The ceiling is dark and covered in this mist, but it is high. The room is larger than you expected. And dark, very dark. You can make out some of the walls, you can make out the flashing lights and the displays of consoles. But as the cold subsides, as your body quits shaking, as you stand up and your vision comes back to you, first you notice a series of gray brains. Several of them standing at consoles, looking in your direction. You can feel their gaze in your mind. You get this unnerving sensation of being watched. But it's more than just that animalistic throwback. They seem to be projecting this intense stare into your psyche. You can see little green men scurrying from console to console, some of them shouting, many of them fleeing from the bridge or attempting to at the psionic commands of these gray brains. But nobody immediately moves to attack. And you see, walking from out of the darkness at the edge of this cavernous room, we see, at least the audience, a familiar face. A very plain-looking man. Average height, average build, wearing a simple suit, nothing expensive, an everyday low-level white-collar suit. The one that doesn't cost too much. The one that you can afford to have several of in your closet at the meager pay that you would get. A very plain face that you probably couldn't pick out of a crowd. Brown hair, nondescript features, cleanly shaven though, and with this slightly mussed flop of brown hair. And they walk towards the four of you, the smile on their face. Not a creepy smile, an inviting smile. Not something you expected to see. They walk forward, arms extended, and as they get within several feet, a few yards of you, they stop, they lean forward a little bit, and you can see mechanical arms in a non-threatening way, but mimicking this welcomed arms stretched out motion that they are making. Oh, look at all of you. You are beautiful.
Thank you.
An alarm goes off on one of the nearby consoles. It flashes red in this alien language that none of us understand, but a picture pulls up. It starts flashing in an area and zooms into what we can clearly see is the cargo bay. An alert message pops up. And the camera quickly slide fades. And we are in the cargo bay of this alien ship. We can see the ship, the player base, this commandeered UFO that the GDG had found, revitalized, and now used as their base, flown all the way up here back to the mothership it once came from. And we see the other team, Operation Intolerant Lactose, with Freighter Joe, Ash, Ian, and Packrat standing there as the ship's cargo bay doors open up. And Big Neil, the engineer and another brute of a Cyberrat, and Garat, a human, make their way down the cargo bay ramp with this floating, almost casket-sized bomb, an alien interloper bomb, on a sort of hover trolley. It floats down to the rest of the team. Garrett comes over and stands next to who'd he stand next to? Probably yeah, because Hayden's not here, or Hank's not here. He's on the other team. He's just going to walk up to the other four, give you a nod, and Big Neil is going to come down, not pat the bomb, but sort of run a hand over it. I think this'll do you. I hooked it up to this hover sled. Kinda had to cobble it together. Tied it into the power supply to make it work, though, so, just don't jostle it. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Garrett comes over and wishes you luck. Freighter Joe, Ash, Ian, Packrat. My brothers and sisters, thank you. And good luck.
Thank you. We'll need it.
There are still so many questions, none of which I wish to ask. Don't die.
You too. And as you turn to head out of the docking bay, we flash back once again to another part of the mission briefing. We see the white on blue computerized schematics layout blueprint of the mothership fill the screen. The docking bay highlighted, as well as a branching path that leads towards the central section of the ship, and presumably to engineering. It's not a detailed map, but it was what you were able to rip from the custodian's mind and from the memory banks of the crashed UFO that you successfully commandeered in previous operations. And we can hear the director continuing a mission briefing that had been going on for a while at this point. Once you're in the cargo bay and you have the bomb, you will need to proceed through 5 sectors of the ship towards the center and the central engineering chamber. At least one person is going to have to make sure that this rather cumbersome explosive makes it through whatever obstacles that you find on the way, but that leaves the others of your team able to hopefully bypass whatever obstacles that you may come across, sabotage the ship if you are able to, or find other ways to help your team or the other. But don't linger too long. We slide pan again in this flashback over to Dr. Algernon Flowers' medical bay, as we see Joe, Ash, Ian, and Packrat gathered around. And Dr. Algernon Flowers, he comes over, a big sci-fi sort of hypo spray in his hand, comes over to each of you and all right. I've injected you all with a minorly radioactive isotope. Should be safe. Don't worry about it. But it should keep you from appearing on the mothership sensors. I'm not entirely sure how long it will last, so you will have to be quick. And don't linger in any one area for too long, or it might not be enough to cloak you. But this should mask your presence.
Thank you, Doctor.
And as we see this team walk out of the medical bay, we in turn see them walk out of the docking bay of the mothership. Bomb being brought with them out into the corridor of this ship. And we see this. We see the cargo bay and the corridors of this mothership, similar to the corridors and rooms of your own base, the ship you have been on for quite a while. It has these strange flowing angles intermixed with hard geometric shapes. It almost looks organic in some areas, with these bulging, sweeping sections, with these almost ribbed beams to the corridors, but there are also these flat spaces, these sharp spaces. It's dim, but certainly light enough for you to see. However, you can feel the population of this ship in your mind. The psionic field in this ship is ever present. Perhaps a sort of psionic intercom system. And you trust that this radioactive isotope you were injected with will hold. You know you have to get from here to the center of this almost city-sized massive mothership with this bomb. And you have a rough map of the facility. You've just signaled to the other team, Operation Cheese Cutter, that you are in the mothership and that it is time for them to proceed. This is when the events of last week, or at least that part of Operation Cheese Cutter, actually takes place, once they know that the other team is in the mothership. And with that signal, as they turn this corridor and make their way down into the ship, we need to decide how you are going to proceed. First, you are in this corridor. You have this semi-circuitous branching path on this display that you have with you. You get to the point where it does branch. You can feel in this ship that there is a presence, an alerted presence. Not enough to feel where any patrols might be, but you know they're out there, and you know they're looking for you. Off to one side, you know that will probably take you towards a more populated area of the ship. You'd likely be facing patrols and have to find your way around them. The other end is a more secured section, one that has more secured areas around it and therefore locked doors and other obstacles that you might need to bypass. So you have a choice. Risk patrols or get through lockdown.
Get through lockdown.
You think you can hack
100%.
us through, Pack-Rat?
Of course we can. Question for you, Jack.
Yes.
Can we get into the walls?
Can you get into the walls?
Or at least can Pack-Rat get
Can
into the
Pack-Rat
walls?
get into the walls? Pack-Rat is
Yes.
a rat swarm.
That is correct.
You can sort of disapparate, dissociate from your body,
Discorporate, yeah.
discorporealize. Yeah. Uh,
Sure.
and flow into the wall. Let's see, can you? I think this would be some sort of check to get into that sort of inner bulkhead space.
Okay. Happily.
Now I will count this as your action for this phase. Each of these sectors you have to get through, you will each have an action. We're not dropping into combat, but it will basically play out player phase, enemy phase. If you can get through whatever obstacle this is in one turn, you won't have to face an enemy phase.
Okay.
But if you can't, an enemy phase will happen. That won't mean enemies will show up and attack you, but it will increase the awareness meter.
Okay.
So getting to the walls will be what you will be doing this turn. If that's how
Gotcha.
you'd like to proceed.
That's fine. That's fine by me. Their technology, is it sort of biotech, like biotechnological, like sort of like
I think it would take more time than
Or-
than you have at the moment to really determine what sort of extent there may be biological and technological components. Probably, though. It's probably some sort of biomechanical ship, or at least a mechanical ship that utilizes biological subcomponents.
Right. That was what I was kind of going for.
Looks like it.
I think like in order to get into the wall, we're gonna try and be that midpoint. Because I want to use cyber for it. We're hacking the bio side.
Hacking the bio side. Meat isn't very hackable.
No, but could be neural network.
I think that's a stretch.
Of course, it's a stretch. That's what I'm going for. I can also do slide. I'm fine with doing slide. I have no problem with. I think.
I mean, once again, feel free to ask clarifying questions. Feel free to introduce interesting things to the environment. As the GM, I might veto them, but probably not. I'm a big yes and fan. But how would you go about getting into the wall?
I think Pack-Rat would. A lot of the things that they can do is about blending in and going in unnoticed. And so I think as like they want to integrate themselves into the sort of biomechanical network of the ship. Like, don't worry, you don't have rats in your walls. That's supposed to be there.
I will say this action.
Yeah,
I will say this action is just to get into the wall. You're not actually hacking anything yet. This is just to get into the interwall space.
Sure.
But yeah, you could probably look for.
Sure. I was gonna say, basically like the shields. Like, put myself, like Pack-Rat's putting themselves at the same frequency that the walls of the ship have. So it's kind of like, hey, these are supposed to be here.
Well, detection isn't going to be a problem with the isotope.
Cool.
It's just a matter of physically getting into the wall.
Okay. All right. Then sure. Then
yeah, but
I'll just use slide. Like I said, I can just use slide.
Yeah, I think Sly fits better. But I was interested to see if you could come up with something.
I mean, we did our best. All right, I'm gonna use the downtime dice for.
All right.
For this one, just.
Somebody else could also use their action for this pass if they would like to assist. But again, that's two people using their pass.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no need for that. So Sly.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, 5. That's a full success.
Sweet. Okay.
You find these strange ripples and indents and almost creases or wrinkles in the wall where the sort of semi-organic parts overlap the mechanical parts, and you can sort of push and bite and squeeze your little rat forms into the wall. You can clearly see that you will have direct interface capability with the cybernetic systems of the ship from in here at this point.
Excellent. Then I'd like to use Scout to open the first door.
This again, we're abstracting distance and time, sort of going sector by sector. You're going to have to bypass several doors to get throughout this sector.
Sure.
Let's see. Scout still does cost you a biotech, right?
It does. It does.
The question is, in order to buy the success to get through all of these doors, how much would it cost you?
I mean, if the other people have actions, I just wanted to also contribute to actually getting through
Mm-hmm.
with that ability. So other people can do things.
I see that you have on oh wait, no, that is Hank. We're looking at Packrat. Packrat also only has one biotech remaining, so I will say you could hold that biotech in reserve and use that to give somebody an assist die to help them with whatever action to specifically get you through this series of locked doors.
Works for me.
Everybody else, how would you like to contribute? One person has to make sure the bomb gets through without being noticed, without being jostled, without interacting with patrols or sensors or whatnot. The bomb isn't masked. You couldn't inject a radioactive isotope into the bomb. But the sensors shouldn't be looking for it. But one person is going to have to make sure this corridor section is going to be easy for the bomb, but somebody, at least one person, has to make sure it gets through just fine. Somebody else, at least one other person, is going to have to make sure that they get through the obstacles in general, and then another person could help sabotage or find a way to help this team or the other team, or as creative as you want to be.
What type of obstacles are we facing in this section?
At this point, it's mostly locked doors and physical sensors, like heat sensors and cameras and sound detectors and stuff like that. You are masked from the biological life readings of the ship, but you still have to get through doors and sensors. Any ideas from anyone?
I mean, I think Ash would want to try and like take the bomb and like not explode the bomb because she's the explosives expert.
So you want to contribute to this sector.
Well, you said one person has to make sure the bomb gets through, right?
Yeah, so that is what you can do. Depending on what other people do, I may or may not call for a roll. But at least for now, you're taking care of the bomb.
Okay.
Okay, so the bomb's taken care of. JD, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking dealing with the locked doors. I'm just debating whether I want to actually try to hack them with an action, since this is not necessarily Ian's forte, or if I want Ian to use Scout on at least one of them to make it through. But biotech is a precious commodity, as we are establishing. So,
and again, it's multiple doors, it's multiple sensors. So we can do it as a single roll, but for using powers to just simply buy through the obstacle, it's going to cost that more than just a single use of the resource.
Then I think I'll go the hacking route and use cyber.
Okay. I would say you could use either cyber or slide, depending on how you do it. But Yeah, go ahead and roll me that sight. And
Would you like to use the die? Because I was helping.
Mm, maybe that wasn't an
I
optimal
was.
roll.
I can also help. I think that like this isn't
So
really
currently, yeah. Go ahead.
This is not Frater Joe's area of expertise here. But like he's happy to spend an action or two even helping, because I don't know what else he would be doing here.
well, feel free to get creative again. Ask questions, introduce things to the environment. I encourage all of you to pull on any sort of sci-fi inspiration you may have.
Everybody's so nervous.
I
You
know,
guys
we're all
say
so
something.
stressed.
You
My
were
brain's just
expecting-
like, nope.
You were expecting big explosive combat, and I throw you into a stealth operation at the very beginning. Yeah, I get it.
I think we need the doors down. So Frater Joe is just gonna help Ian. Just say, hey, let me know how I can help, and I'll do it. And I'm just gonna spend both my actions helping.
Yeah, one action in this round. So yeah, you roll again. Roll another.
Roll again.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
as far as assisting, I know the way I usually do it in other games is only one other person can assist for mechanical benefit. Otherwise, you get to the point where everyone assists and it becomes impossible to fail a roll. Why do I not have? Now I know the assist rules normally are simply you can spend an action, give the other person a die. If something goes wrong, you're part of the consequences. And I don't think there's anything in the rules here that says only one person can assist. But that's a balancing thing on my end. Otherwise, you get to a tough obstacle, everybody helps. You have +7 dice to your roll, and it's impossible to fail.
The inherent balance there is just that other people aren't spending actions. Usually, there's a time crunch.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Did you use my help? Because if
I
not,
did not. Yeah.
okay.
So you can
Cool,
save
then
your
I'll
biotech.
Yes, save my biotech, or if Ash needs it for a roll, then we've got it available for her.
And again, I was looking this not as think of this more as a skill challenge from the Dragon game, and less necessarily dropping into the combat system of Cyberrats. So I wasn't intending to give each of you 2 actions per section. I was really just looking for how you guys were creatively going to get through and then resolving those rolls. But I know that kind of moves a little out of the norm for Cyberrats. But
So
Alex, if Frater Joe would like to contribute to this sector simply by assisting,
Yeah, I will.
Awesome.
And that'll be 1 extra dice.
One extra dice.
All right.
And Muse here dropped 4 action dice, presumably 1 for each of you.
That did not help. That did not help at all.
Did you at least succeed?
Yeah, it was a 3. That's a success.
Yep, that's a yep.
Okay, that is a success with complication. You do lose a biotech if you have one left.
Unfortunately.
Where is my pencil? And other complication, we are starting the awareness meter.
Fuck. No. I was like, we are gonna get in, do some smashing. I won't need blind spot. Why would we need? Oh God.
But
I am made of regrets. I'm made of regrets right now.
JD and Alex, would you like to narrate how you get through again a long sector of high security areas, doors, and sensors?
So I think what I'm imagining there is Ian is first of all tracking like what is there, like what are the levels of security, how can we disrupt them, And I want to say like he's using Freighter Joe's size to help disrupt some of the biometric scanners and that type of thing, like asking him to hold things, asking him to block things so that he can concentrate on putting in the data and breaking the codes to get the doors open.
Yeah, I think just building on that, I'm guessing like a lot of these sensors are going to be, they look for motion. So like I just very slowly get into place and stand still, which
Mhm.
allows Ian to move behind me where the camera doesn't notice the motion.
Right.
All right.
Um, so pack rats
Very
in the walls going, we're going this way.
Yeah, Packrat, you can help. You can help navigate with the help of the map that you all have reference to, and Packrat, you can actually get to, because of course you are the hacker. I'm not taking this away from you. You are in the walls. You are also assisting with this. You are manipulating the internal mechanics so that the heat signatures aren't calibrated correctly, so that the motion detectors will focus on that one wall and not be able to calibrate enough to see through, so that Freighter Joe, we see section after section. You get through one bulkhead, and then Freighter Joe creeps forward. We hear the scurrying of the wall in the walls, and then Ian moves just behind Freighter Joe, slowly, once again, section after section, bulkhead after bulkhead, tapping into various consoles, plugging in to different interfaces that you have to adapt on the fly. And we see one bulkhead close. You proceed through this area, another bulkhead open, and one bulkhead after another. And you pass by a series of rooms that again are labeled in this alien writing that you don't quite understand. Maybe things in this sector of the ship that you could use to your advantage. High security things. You might be able to find an armory. You might be able to find some sort of localized life support. You might be able to find some sort of sensor access. But that's not what you've done here. You are focused on getting through. If you want to choose to remain in this sector, you can, and explore and otherwise utilize some of these things in this high security sector. But at this point, with those rolls, you can bypass this first sector. Linger or keep going?
I think keep going. The more we linger, I think the worse it's gonna get.
All right.
Yeah.
You keep on going. Slowly, steadily, you know you're masked. You know the other team still needs time to get onto the bridge and hold there. So you have a little bit of time. But you can't linger. You move on forward, and once again, the schematics of this ship that you have branch once more. You need to get to a different level of this ship, a lower level. This is a massive ship. It's probably 30, 40, 50 stories high. You're not sure with alien ceiling heights. But it's a big ship. You could either take one of the main gravity shafts in the ship, what the internal sort of Wonka Vader systems use. What's the Star Trek term? The turbo lifts use, or there are intra ship teleports available that you could hack in and coordinate to go from one area to the other area. Would you like to navigate your way down a gravity shaft, or work with the teleport system?
Ash, how do you think the bomb would handle being teleported?
I can't say any better than it would be being subjected to artificial gravity, so I think it's a toss up either way.
Packrat, what do you think?
We believe the stabilization of the grav shaft will manage the bomb better. Well, something tells us that they use the teleportation arrays rather frequently, so they shouldn't have too much issue transporting bombs. This was one of theirs, after all.
Let's go the fast way.
Sounds good to me.
So you're going with the teleport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to this small chamber. It's or you get to the corridor that looks into this small chamber. Inside, you can see. Inside, it's a rather nondescript chamber, really. It has this sort of brown and purple flowing of these biomechanical walls. And at the center of this intersection, you see there is a ring sort of engraved in the floor, and off to one side, a control console. Standing sort of back facing away from each other, there are two what look like humans, but they're strange. Their proportions are a little off, and they have cybernetic implants. One of them has a cybernetic arm, and like this semi-translucent cranium section. Little laser pointer sort of eye. The other one, equally non-proportional, has this big implant on the chest with this almost accordion-like pressure valve thing going on. They stand there unaware of your presence, but they are standing in front of this teleport system.
Does it look like they're in control of the, controls?
There
Are
is a
they just,
control
like-
panel on the wall, but none of them are actively really paying any attention to it.
Oh,
They're just standing guard.
okay.
The ship is on alert. They don't know where you are, but they are on alert.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, I could go try and talk to the human part, or you could go try and hack the robot part.
Mm,
What would you like me to do?
I think we'll see how the talking goes. And then if we need you, Freighter Joe, then you smash.
I can do that.
why don't you,
Oh,
Ash, go ahead? We'll get over to the control panel.
hey, we just got a transport. We're going down. Official interloper business, you know. So we're just gonna go in. If that's all right.
Says the 10-foot tall rat, moving around the corner.
Yeah, look at me. I'm clearly not human.
These two cybernetically augmented people both turn around in unison and stare at you. Their heads sort of cock to the side. Look at you, they say in unison. You're beautiful.
That's
But
mighty
you're not
nice.
supposed to be here.
Cool.
They lean forward and the three organic eyes, at least one of them has this laser pointer, but the three organic eyes sort of squint and look you up and down. Not in a weird way, not in a threatening way, just a sort of, I've never seen anything like this way. They're not immediately hostile, you're a 10-foot tall rat in an alien spaceship. You kind of stand out.
Why don't I introduce you to my friend Joe?
All right. It's smashing time. I pulling out the sword and swinging right at this thing, probably for the robot-y bits.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a
2
smash
points.
attack.
That's a 6.
Let's
All right.
go.
So that is 6 harm right there.
Again, we're not breaking this.
Barrier and resistance.
Right.
Okay, you're not doing.
We're not really into combat. This is just how you choose to interact with this particular
I am
obstacle.
smashing this robot and saying, ways.
Hit her their heads together.
It takes a short combat ensues. Freighter Joe is big enough and has an impressive enough weapon that it is not a drawn out conflict. You can run up, take them by surprise, push them together, slam them with your sword a couple times. It does create a bit of ruckus, though. But with that, the now torn to pieces cyborgs lay there on the ground. Teleport is available to you.
Alright, someone hack this thing and someone else bring the bomb in here.
I've got the bomb. Pack-Rat, do you have the hacking?
Of course.
I know, that wasn't a question that needed to be asked.
But you asked it. Okay.
All right.
Uh,
I will say, Pack-Rat, because you do have this sort of hacking power that you have, I will sort of let you assist yourself with the use of that biotech, but this is more than just a single one action sort of thing. You need to get into the system, you need to find the correct coordinates, you need to apply the correct coordinates, you need to mask it from the sensors, you need to make sure, do what you can to make sure that the bomb gets there, and I will also ask what JD might do, what Ian might do to protect this bomb from the molecular disassociation and recorporealization that is interloper teleport technology.
Oh, that is interesting. I think if allowed, since Ash's action was mostly talking, Ian would probably be talking with Ash and like looking around for things that they could use in some way to shield the bomb, but in a way that would make sense from Ash's explosive expert background.
I will say Ash can assist with whatever you two decide to do.
Okay.
But JD, you would be rolling. Or Ian, you would be rolling.
Okay.
Maybe you can repurpose the hover stabilizers so they act as a sort of molecular sort of stabilization field on that bomb so we don't get any mishaps.
That sounds like a great idea. And I think with that, I will roll with Cyber for that. And for this, I will use my downtime dice.
All right, and you get
'cause-
one plus one dice from Ash. Taking the time to walk you through and assist you. I love player side technobabble.
Incredible.
And
So-
Q, if you would just simply like to hack into this as Pack-Rat does, you are welcome to roll me a cyber. Unless you want to do anything fancy.
Oh,
um,
that only rolled 2.
Oh, okay. So let's roll one more.
2
Right.
more, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 2 more. One
Hey.
of those was a 6.
let's
Nice.
go. So I think Pack-Rat, since they have been in the walls, just sort of gathering and collecting, sort of integrating themselves with the ship slowly, can't take over the whole ship, you know. We're gonna take a piece of the ship with us. So a couple of the rats kind of look like mini cyborgs. They've just got like little trips and like little pieces of the ship. So we're just gonna effectively, while we're hacking, like by hacking, we are becoming a part of the ship a bit more
Okay.
intensely, so that more easily get into the system. Like we're just really digging in there. That's what we're doing.
I will say you can. I love that flavor. I love that flavor. You could augment yourself with these specific mechanisms of this teleport. It's not going to provide you any mechanical benefit going forward, but it's. I
Sure.
love the flavor, and of course that would be how you go about activating and properly calibrating this teleport, or we could roll over to or you could spend your action to provide a benefit to actually augment yourself with ship parts and get a +1 to cyber in ship manipulation going forward. But that means the teleport isn't active. We would roll over to an enemy phase and have to deal with it next phase.
We're not selfish.
Okay,
We have a mission.
go ahead and roll that cyber.
Okay. I'm gonna use one of the action die that we got.
All right,
Um,
1 of 3
but
action dice. 4.
I am going to use scout. There we go.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use that extra just so that I can make sure.
All right, that'll give you another
But I
die,
have the
so
best.
+2 die, and you use that biotech.
Yep.
And you certainly do come away with some extra cyborg rat swarm parts.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. You did squeeze a 6 into there, so that is a full success. With the guards quickly taken care of, little bit of ruckus, but mostly taken care of, and the bomb properly stabilized. It takes a little bit going back and forth between the 3 of you calibrating this bomb to make sure that its internal power systems and actual sort of biomechanical, electrochemical components within the bomb itself are properly calibrated to the frequency that this teleport uses to dissociate and then disapparate and reapparate on the other side. And you do manage to do both tasks flawlessly. The 4 of you and this large bomb all manage to squeeze into this maybe 10-foot wide circle. Packrat, you are able to activate this from inside the console, and I will say you can actually sort of redirect some of the teleportation current into that section of the wall where you are, and you can teleport down into the wall on the other side. So I'm going to let you stay
yeah.
in the wall because you specifically used an
Yes.
action to get into the wall.
Yes.
So we see this circle on the ground begin to spin. It looked like it may have just been carved in the ground, maybe painted, but it is actually an inlaid separate section of the floor, and it spins and spins and spins and spins quite quietly, really. But there is this light that rises up out of the seams of the floor around this circle, growing to a blinding flash quickly, but does produce light. Fortunately, the guards are in pieces. They're not going to notice. There is a flash. Once again, you can feel every molecule of your body being pulled apart, and in what feels like a split second and an eternity all at once, you are overcome with the most intense cold and the most sweltering heat you've experienced in your life, all in a flash. In this, you are in a completely different, you assume completely different section of the ship. Everything else looks mostly the same. But you can see down one hallway. I was going to say, you could see down one hallway what there used to be a red light wherever you were. There is now a sort of tealish green light. You can see subtle differences that you were in a different section of the ship.
All right. We know where we need to go, yes?
Yes.
No.
Well,
Not
show
you.
this map.
Not you, Joe.
Oh. Okay.
That question wasn't to you. We're sorry. Didn't mean to confuse you. So
You-
we will continue forward.
All right. The path branches once again. You can make your way down a series of hallways, and you get to the point where you know you can jump into the actual vent systems. Less vents and think more Star Trek Jeffries tubes. The inner working sort of interior component section, maintenance section of the ship that runs through the lengths of the walls and up and down the decks. Or a much more straightforward route would be going through what on the map is a massive chamber, a massive chamber, both length, width, depth, all of it. Navigating, getting across whatever this huge expanse may be. So big room, tiny corridors.
Phew. I mean, if the corridors are big enough for me to fit in, Pack-Rat's already in the walls.
We are.
It would be a tight fit for the bomb. At least one person maneuvering the bomb through there would need to be dedicated to keeping it stable as you literally push and pull it through this tight Jeffries tubes. Or there's a big chamber that you have no details on.
I mean, we could, Pack-Rat could spend their action getting details on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Spend an action before you even know where you're going? It's a possibility.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, we're gonna do that.
You want to do that? Okay.
Mhm.
How do you go about doing that? Because I want to roll. Are you being sneaky? Are you using sly? Are you going over to some sort of interior sensor grid and trying to look through the sensors of that room? Or something else?
You said that there were cameras about, right?
Yeah.
Do.
All right.
We're just gonna go ahead and connect ourselves to that. I want to see.
Go ahead
What
and
do
roll me a
your
cyber.
robot eyes see? All right.
As you integrate your continually adapting cybernetic components into this ship. Whew.
Let's go.
Just squeezing that success through. Yes. You can tap into the various sensors of this large room. You see what looks very similar to the room where Luke first fights Vader in episode 4, I think it is. Those multi-levels of thin bridges, but those bridges are made out of energy beams. Non-physical, but there are multiple levels, and they overlap. You can see some of them blinking, some of them are completely out. You can see a few different patrols and sentries in there, and you can see these columns that go up, and there's several of them, and flashing almost Matrix-like with the little pods of people. Not that there's pods of people in them, but very similar aesthetic. You can see arcs of electricity shoot off around them as it expands up, as it does the few interlopers, whether they be gray brains or little green men or whatnot, all gather very close to the center of whatever these pillars are, as there is an electrical flash, and it makes its way up past those bridges and continues up to the ceiling. Then there's a pause, and it happens again and again.
That would be a no.
Right. Tubes it is.
Unfortunately.
All right. Pack-Rat has already used his action. Sorry, I don't want to keep cutting off your roleplay. Go.
It's okay. Ash. Arcing electricity. regularly.
Oof.
Yeah,
If
so
only I'd gotten an EMP instead of this mag bomb.
well, the mag bomb could be helpful in certain respects. Perhaps not right now, though.
All right,
But tiny corridors.
let's get this through the tubes.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So somebody is going to have to. We're going to have to get through this maze of Jeffrey's tubes. The map shows an access point and an end point, and generally the course, but it is a maze of interconnected maintenance corridors that you're going to have to navigate. It's up to you to determine how you do that, and somebody is going to have to get the bomb through this tight space.
You're sending rats through a maze. How dare you?
Seriously,
How
how
dare
could
you?
you do that?
You motherfucker.
All right. I think either me or Joe should try and carry the bomb.
I agree.
Yes.
I can see about figuring out the path forward.
Okay. Joe, how do you feel about carrying things?
I mean,
Just like the old days.
you're kind of gonna have to like low crouch walk through these corridors. There's no carrying this casket-sized bomb. It's gonna be a push-pull sort of maneuver.
Trader Joe can take the bulk of it.
I will say, Ash, if you want to assist with that, you can certainly do so. Or you are in the maintenance corridors of this ship. If there's any extra fun things you might want to do
Ooh.
instead.
Yeah, can I try... Actually, I'm not... Well, Can I try to, Can I try to, like, open up a panel and cause a maintenance alert to, like, happen somewhere else?
You want to put a completely different section of the ship on red alert and try to draw all the
Yes.
enemies over there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How would you do that?
Yeah, just open up, like, I'm imagining the like, you said the Jeffries tubes in Star Trek.
Pretty
They
much.
have those like display panels up on the wall that Geordi is always like
Mhm.
crawling in and tapping. I just want to try and like fiddle with one of those and see if I can hack in and sort of set another sector to being red alert.
All right.
It's just like,
That sounds like a
See,
cyber
Ash.
roll to me.
right,
Okay.
see Ash tossing a mag bomb down the tube. Just going. The problem's over there.
I'm gonna use my for this. I'm gonna use my downtime die
All
and
right.
my
And one of the action dice?
and one of the action dice.
All
yeah,
right. I believe that's 3 out of the 4 used now.
think so.
I used one. You used one.
5.
Just squeezing the success through again. Ooh, all right. You guys are doing good on this awareness meter. Okay, you rip the panel off, and with assistance from everybody else very quickly, managed to interface with a very alien network. You're not entirely sure what you're doing, but you're doing it someplace else.
All right.
Ian, how are you navigating this ship? Scouting ahead, sort of sly-like? Are you tapping into internal sensors and map networks, sort of cyber-like?
I think I'm going to go more with Sly, and I imagine this being Ian using the fact that he is a rat swarm as part of that. So
You just want
kind
to
of
split up and
branching,
cover as...
yeah, just kind of, and like noticing where the paths are not going where they need to, reconvening and making the way through there.
Love it. We see Ian, the body-like form of this rat swarm, sort of fall apart, scurry and scatter throughout the beginning of this maze. Go ahead and roll me that slide.
And I'm going to use our last action die, I think, on that.
All right. All right, another partial success with a 3. The attribute complication doesn't exactly mean anything here, but I am increasing the awareness meter once again.
These dice do not like me, but they like you, and I'm happy for
Yep.
that. I'm also knocking on wood now that I've said that.
You're still doing pretty good. It takes you a little bit of time, more time than you would have liked. Some parts of you get turned around, and it takes a while to communicate with each other and get you all back to the starting point with the knowledge of where you need to go. But you know where you need to go, and you can direct everybody. Joe, you're squeezing a refrigerator through a Jeffries tube.
Yeah,
I assume you're just pushing and pulling.
that's right. This is what I do.
All right, go ahead and roll me that smash that.
Absolutely. Nothing would delight me more. That's 6.
All right, full success. Yes, you are an expert at moving one object to another place. That's exactly what you do. And you do so well. You're used to moving crates that may or may not be fragile, so you know how to handle large, cumbrous things. And we see the 4 of our operatives begin making their way through this alien maze of maintenance tunnels, moving this very twitchy bomb along with them. You get to a section of these maintenance tubes. You know that you've distracted a large number of the interlopers. You've made it through just fine. You get to a section where you could go either out on the exterior hull of the ship and make your way really quite close to the engineering room, but it would require an EVA. Or you can go down into the waste systems of the ship.
Gotta go waste.
I think we need to get messy. Yeah.
Do we?
Fine.
Very well.
Let's go into the trash compactor.
All right. I had so much fun designing this.
We just really live. I mean, so many.
All right, you
Okay.
see that fork in the road. You decide not to do an EVA hull walk, but instead move down further into the bowels of this ship, and you see what looks like where this maintenance tunnel intersects with a waste disposal shaft, and you can throw yourselves down that and tumble down. You slide down through these swirling organic sort of chute. It's not a square tube like you would see in a modern day apartment. It is winding and circuitous. The walls are sort of slick with this ooze. You can make out that there is this slight undulation of biomechanical peristalsis that helps move things through this shaft. It's unsettling, it's kind of disgusting, and it does not smell great, and it's getting hotter and hotter as you move down. But you are eventually shot out and deposited in a heap of alien trash and waste. It's gross down here. You're not sure exactly what is what, and you probably don't want to look too thoroughly into it to find out. But you find yourself in a room here. It's a small room piled high with various waste, and you can see there is clearly a mechanism towards the back end that will push some of this out into another room and presumably more rooms. As you are down here, you notice that you have to face both a sort of trash compactor-like thing, which will compact all of this waste into a small space, and then it is pushed into an incinerator. Of course, that incinerator does have its own maintenance systems and access points that would deposit you fairly close to engineering. And the walls begin to... And you can feel heat building down the corridor.
I'm just gonna try and, like, just push the compactor apart and try and, like, break it.
All right. I also see 4 more action dice and an airdrop. I will save the airdrop for when you guys get into combat, and I will let you guys collectively decide which team we're going to give it to. But I will note an airdrop.
Okay.
So, Ash, you want to just take some of this refuse and your bulk and just sort of break the pushing mechanisms.
Mm-hmm.
All right, roll me a smash. What's everyone else doing?
Go into the garbage, they said. It'll be great, they said. That's a 4.
All right. Love it. Another tick of the clock on the awareness meter, and the walls do push down all around you. You find, very fortunately, what looks like a piece of siding for some sort of tube-like structure. It's mostly cylindrical. You bend it together and force it into a full cylinder, and with your own strength, use that to hold and try to push the walls apart. It pushes on you, and you are expending so much of your bulk and your energy and your biotech that is running through you. Your muscles are burning and tearing. You feel your body begin to compress as you're only just barely able to keep this held apart. But all of you begin to smell smoke and hydraulic fluid. There is this high-pitched screeching in the background as the mechanisms try to push against something that is not moving. And then there is a... and it stops, at least for now. The sort of pushing lever towards the back, however, does extend. The grate in front that separates the trash compactor from the incinerator opens up, and you can deposit yourself into this next waste disposal obstacle.
Okay.
The plunger pushes you into the next room, whether you are ready or not, and it is hot and getting hotter.
Cool. Hey, no. Heat? Me no likey. So we're gonna stop that. Yeah? I want to hack the controls.
Okay.
Yes.
Please.
Right, because the whole being on fire thing with a bomb.
Yeah.
Don't love that.
Probably bad.
Thing.
Could I use Ian's actions to assist Pack-Rat by bringing in knowledge that I feel like Ian has gained somewhat from his friendship with Ash, so that as Pack-Rat is hacking, we are making sure that it goes to the temperature it needs to be to move the bomb through safely.
Okay. You're trying to keep the heat down and assist Pack-Rat and get us through this. Okay. Yeah, Pack-Rat, +1 dice. I assume you're rolling Cyber.
I am. We'll save the action dice for now. That seems good and smart. Hiya.
All right. You lose a biotech if you have it available, and another tick of the awareness clock. It started out real nice, but it's that clock's ticking away. It gets hot and hotter and hotter in this room, and you the bomb that you are moving about, you see a light start to blink on it, and it's probably not a good thing. There's a little slide meter on it that goes from green to yellow to just about orange. But as you are actually, rats really don't sweat. They sweat through their tails. So you all of you feel that those of you who are rat form can feel this oily buildup on your backside as you are trying to disperse all of this heat, and you are getting uncomfortable and worried. But Pack-Rat, you do manage to manipulate the internal mechanisms of this incinerator enough to convince it that the incineration cycle is complete, to begin powering down and to open up maintenance access.
Mhm.
Raider Joe, are you contributing anything to this room?
I don't know that I can.
Well, we still have to take the bomb,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, I was gonna
okay,
say
right.
you manage
Get
the bomb.
to the next
You
room,
can,
but
yeah,
is
you
that-
can move
manage
the
the
bomb.
bomb.
Is that necessary, or will the plunger auto
Uh,
push up?
well, you probably want to move it before the plunger hits, because the plunger is not going to be delicate about it.
Okay, then yeah,
um,
I'll get ahead of the plunger.
Okay. I will say you are using your action for that. I'm not going to make a dice roll. It's relatively
Okay.
simple. But that forgoes any other options you may have. The incinerator begins to power down. It slowly gets cooler, but not quick enough. Not quick enough for you to hang around and find out. A maintenance hatch opens up, and you can feel the rush of hot air push out, and a little waft of much cooler air, waft back into this chamber. And you scurry out into another familiar section of corridor. And Pack-Rat, if you would like, since you're already sort of in the walls with this trax compactor, you can just move into the walls of the corridor, or you could spill out with everybody else. But you find yourself once more in a corridor. You are very close to engineering. You know that there are only one of two more big obstacles in your way. There's some room that is immediately adjacent. There are two rooms immediately adjacent to engineering, and they're both quite large, and they both read as a high power resource. You know, one of them is this sort of iron backwash energy discharge chamber that is likely where all of the excess energy that builds up bleeds out and is utilized into other parts of the ship in a sort of secondary or tertiary function. The other room you don't know much about, but it pulls a good 75% of the life support power of the mothership. But both rooms lead directly to engineering.
75%
of the life support.
Yes.
Is it gonna be that
Alright.
thing again? Oh, that
Which thing?
the redacted thing.
Oh,
That was
Oh. No, that was the military. It was the army.
You
I'm imagining that
believe
it was originally alien.
from what the GDG gathered, that was a Valdivian experiment to create a military super soldier using interloper biosciences. It probably
Yeah,
wasn't.
bioscience.
It may have originally been interloper, but they messed with it, or it was originally human and used by interloper bioscience. But something related to that, possibly, certainly.
So, the energy backwash is concerning. Too much potential splash, as it were, of energy arcing out to the bomb or ourselves. However, we don't know what the 75% of life support system
I will
is.
say it is also quite cold in there.
It's cold.
Not
Which I
dangerously
feel-
cold, but unusually cold.
And
That'd be
I will
good
say
to
that fits
turn
with what
off
Ian
life
was
support.
thinking. Yeah. Yeah, Ian was like, do we think it's cryo?
Quite potentially. But what are they? We could disrupt that room.
We could, and
Ooh.
if they're in cryo, it doesn't matter as long as we don't wake them up.
Would we be able to divert the furnace heat into the cryo? Have you ever had strawberries that you've taken out of the freezer and they're all like mushy after you thaw them out?
I like the idea, but I'm gonna pause you right there because have you ever been in one of those big corporate server rooms? It would be like opening up an oven door inside one of those.
Right.
That room is
However,
way too big for this one little incinerator to make an appreciable difference to the
Right.
entire area. It might
however,
cause some things to go off. It might ruin whatever
that
is in a part of it, but
right. That
Okay.
room is like climate controlled within there. So if while Pack Rat is in there, they change up the controls, then that could certainly mess with something.
Then I think we have our answer.
All
We're
right,
going into
let's
that
go.
room.
okay. After a
Joe.
short conversation, you blitz down this hallway towards this relatively unknown room that is cold and drawing a lot of life support. You get to a door. It requires Pack Rat. You do have to stop. You get to that section of the wall, and you do have to break into this room. I'm not going to require a roll for this, but you can see that it is quite thoroughly locked. There are multiple levels of security systems here, physical locks you have to go through, sensors that you have to trip, a lot of security in place to prevent people getting into this room, but you do manage to do so. The door opens up, and wafting out of this chamber is cool air and also these tiny greenish yellowish particles that just expand in a light dusting on your clothing and your body. Nothing weird about it just yet, but you look inside. It is quite dark in there. There is this cloud of well, you're not quite sure what it is. It's sort of misty. It's sort of yellowish green and dusty. And there is this long, I don't want to say hallway because there's not walls, but this long sort of raised pathway. And down to the sides of it, you can see, just looking into the room, there are these little pod-like plant things that branch off into 3 or 4 nodules, pods, that are there, that are kind of fuzzy looking. Every once in a while, one of them twitches a little. Another one further down twitches a little dusting comes off of it. You can see more of them in indentations in the wall. You can't even make out the ceiling in some parts of the wall. You can't see all the way to the other end of the corridor because this yellowish, greenish, dusty mist is thickening the air. But you know, having opened this door, bypassing the security here, may have alerted that this area has been accessed. Probably with everything that you have done, you haven't set off any alarms, but if anyone's paying attention, they may have seen the door open because this is probably one of the highest security areas of the ship, other than maybe the bridge or whatnot. So you know you have to rush through because that door's not going to stay open long and the security system is going to reset. You rush into this dust-filled, mist-filled room full of twitching pods.
Does anyone have any? Yes, the pods twitch. Yeah. Does anyone have anything like large? Joe, We need you to cover the bomb.
For it?
Yes. We don't know what this haze is.
You all start to get
But
a
it
little
might
bit of a
be.
headache. Mid-conversation, that's why I'm cutting you off. You start to get a little bit of headache. Your vision goes a little fuzzy. You get a combination of deja vu and that sensation of when you walk into the kitchen, open up the refrigerator, and you go, why did I do this? I'm not hungry.
Hate that.
Why am I here?
Never mind, just keep going through. Just like move quickly.
Moving quickly.
I'm gonna take the bomb.
All right. You grab onto the hover sled and navigate this bomb across this. It's a rather narrow corridor, really. And as you step further into the room, as you pass row after row of these dusty, nodule, sort of semi-plant-like pods, they twitch as you pass them, sending off even more of these spores. And if you linger, they twitch more and more. So you quicken your pace, but as you move past them, they twitch and they twitch. And you're not exactly certain whether it's whatever this is playing tricks on your mind or if something is happening, but you can see movement along the walls, the curving, sort of undulating, swooping walls and ceiling. Maybe even a little bit on the floor underneath the dusting that covers it. Moving, slithering. But all you should need to do, at the very least, is get from point A to point B, this side of the room to the other side of the room. It's up to you how delicately, carefully you'd like to do that, if you'd like to do anything here, if you'd like to try to prevent anything from happening. You know, this is your last obstacle. The other side of the room should deposit you almost immediately next to engineering.
Okay. I'm assuming Packrat is feeling these sensations even though they are all in the wall.
Yes.
Cool beans. Just wanted to double check because if I don't know. I think we're just trying to go.
Yeah.
Like go through, not really worrying. I'm gonna make sure that the door on the other side opens.
Okay.
That's what I'm here to do. Make sure that point A to point B is not interrupted.
Anyone else doing anything?
I mean, I think as we're moving across, like, Ian would be keeping an eye out for. I think the best way to say it would be anything that Freighter Joe could easily smash to disrupt things in here, without having to linger too much, because with the original plans being more likely utilizing Packrat's skill set, you know, that isn't something that Ian is seeing us having the time for. So he would mostly be keeping an eye out to be like, is there something that we could damage either to cause a distraction or to affect the plants in this room?
The only thing of substance you see at the moment without moving further throughout the room away from the central pathway are these pods.
Then yeah, I think Ian's focus would just be on leaving.
I will say you can, as you focus, you're sure that you see some sort of movement, some sort of slithering motion along the floors and walls and ceiling. But as soon as you look in that direction, it stops. And you can also see beyond the mist, every once in a while, a blinking light over here, a blinking light over there. There's a little bit of a breeze in here that wafts this way, and you move a little bit further down the path and it wafts this way. So there's probably things to interact with. But not immediately right here. You are in the center, this one little pathway in this expansive room of pods.
Yeah, I just want to move.
As you all move forward, each of you get the feeling. It may be strange for you as rats, and you would understand it through your own life experience, but for the audience, it feels like when you were a child. and your father or mother, in a stern way, walks up to you and looks down with this disapproving glare. You get that sensation in your mind, and it's hard to ignore. Fred or Joe, are you doing anything?
I mean, I liked the suggestion of looking for things to smash.
You could find things to smash. There's plenty of pods. You could venture off and try to smash a life support system, or...
I'm just going to try and smash some life support. I think that is... I don't know if it's the advisable path, but it's the one to take.
Unless you would like to... I will leave this to the group. Do you roleplay trying to stop him or not? Or, Fred or Joe, you can just rush off. Jump down off of this raised pathway, down amongst the pods. They would begin twitching violently, causing dust to spurt up. Does anyone say anything? Does anyone try to restrain Joe? Or Joe, are you running and smashing?
No.
I don't think anyone can restrain Joe.
Right.
Yeah, I think
Joe.
it's smashed.
Oh. This is an unadvisable action.
Packrat, just focus on getting the door open. We'll reconnect with Joe.
Joe runs off, sword in hand, to find something to destroy. Go ahead and roll me that smash.
You got it. This is gonna end poorly.
Mm-hmm.
You would think, but you're pretty good at smash.
I am pretty good at smash. 5.
Oh, man. All right. You dart out. The rest of you continue forward. Joe probably decided to do this as you were approaching the end, finding different areas, finding patterns, looking for things to smash. It's not until you get close enough that the rest of you begin making your way to the other side, getting that door open, securing the bomb, whatever it may be. And Packrat goes, "Yeah, I could probably smash that," and runs off in that direction. Or Joe, I should say. Joe, you are covered in this greenish, yellowish dusting. It gets into your eyes. You breathe it in. You can't help but breathe it in through your nostrils, through your mouth. You rush forward. As you get about halfway through this chamber, there is this quick slithering by your feet, and you instinctually jump up and over it, but there was clearly something there, slithering. It almost looked like it lashed out to you. Not quite, but it looked like it purposely tried to impede your way. You vault over it, continue forward, draw your sword, and you find what looks like this sort of bulbous unit attached to the wall that is faintly glowing. There's a sort of air filtration system next to it that causes the air in that region to circulate, and there are these little biomechanical tubes that spread out and go down onto the floor, and you can see as you pass more of these violently shaking pods that it looks like they come back up and actually interface into whatever these pods are, and you run up and you smash into that a couple times, and you are immediately overcome with this artificial sensation of guilt and remorse and pain. And you don't hear a scream in your mind, but you feel like you just heard a mother wail. But whatever that device is, the whir subsides, the light subsides, the air movement subsides, and even some of the twitching pods nearby stop moving. Whatever destruction you caused has been caused. But whether artificial or not, I will leave that to you. You don't feel good about it, at least at this moment. And that sense of judgment on the rest of you intensifies. Joe, you rush back to the rest of the group, and you notice behind you, and anybody else looking out, probably Ian, you said you were trying to keep watch. You can see there is clearly movement coming from Joe's direction now. Joe, you make it back. Packrat, you're opening this door. Go ahead and give me a roll for that. Somebody can assist in any way they would like. I assume, Ash, you are just keeping the bomb safe.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 6.
That'll certainly do. Would anyone else like to attempt anything as these doors open, or are you pouring out of this room?
Ash. Mag bomb. Bomb.
They're not made of metal. They're plants.
I need a snap
I
decision
mean-
because you can see tentacles shooting out of the mist towards Joe as he.
Close. Just sure.
Ash,
Joe,
Ian, you both dive through.
Wait, can I shoot just at the tendrils behind Joe to try and knock him back?
To what benefit or purpose?
I don't know. He doesn't.
I mean, you can begin firing, sure, if that's what Ash would do.
I think that's what I should do.
Okay, you begin firing.
Cover fire. That's the benefit. Cover fire.
Lay down,
Suppressing
cover fire.
I will say, dead do make a big boom.
Oh,
So-
yeah. All right, Ash, you have Lucretia, your almost bomb-spewing, ridiculous rifle.
Yep.
It shoots lasers and then the lasers explode somehow. Lasers shouldn't be able to do that, but
All right. That counts as explosions. Love it.
No.
Love it.
Oh, no.
Ash, instinctually, you open up trying to defend your companion Joe rushing forward, and you shoot out these lasers that interact, and it shoots out a laser, and at its focal point, when it actually hits, there's this sort of energy vortex that happens and then explodes in this sort of micro 0 point energy. And you can see these lashing of tendrils that were making their way towards Joe get pushed back, slapped away. Some of them are disintegrated, and all of you hear this time, not just feel it, hear this screeching in your mind. This screeching in the psionic field, and you are sure every damn living thing on this ship heard that. And you throw yourself through the door as Joe rushes forward. The lot of you grab Joe, and you just full body, all four of you, rush through that door. What is the rest of Pack-Rat on the inside command the door to shut behind it for as long as that would take. If you would like, you could spend an action to try to secure that door. Right now, you just told it to close, or you can continue just booking it because whatever was in that room is very unhappy, and you maxed out your awareness meter with that. That psionic screech has alerted the area, and you know reinforcements are going to pour into this location.
Lock it down.
Okay, roll me a cyber to lock that down.
ooh.
Well, all right. You secure that door. You can hear the pounding of this sort of slapping of wet meat on thick metal sound coming from the other side of the door. You don't stay long enough to be disgusted about it, and you move. But for now, that door is shut. You can see these red blinking orbs sort of grow out of the wall. They don't pop out. They almost like boil out of the wall and begin flashing. And you make your way down to engineering. That is down through the entire length of the ship that you needed to get through. And fortunately, you only maxed out the awareness meter on the last room. Which is good, because otherwise you would have to go through room after room with enemies actively attacking you. But you managed to get through all of that. You pour out down the corridor, you scurry, you can hear and feel psionically a number of interlopers of various kinds converging on your location, but you know where you need to go. You are right there now. You rush forward. Pack-Rat, parts of you spill out in the corridor, parts of you are still on the wall. You manage to interface with the engineering door, and the lot of you pour out into main engineering. It is, again, this large cavernous room. You can see that it has multiple layers to it, and there's sort of this. It's kind of built like a Star Wars ship, like an Imperial Star Wars ship, where there's a central sort of main plank. Then there's some lowered sections. There's a catwalk up ahead, and towards the back of this room, sort of jutting out in this sort of bulbous, nodulated, I'm making that a word if it's not already, biomechanical mass that is just sort of grown / built out of the wall, and you can see parts of that mass light up. Vroom, 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 vroom. It is connected in various places to different computer systems and consoles. You can see wires and tubes and whatnot branch out and go into the wall. This is main engineering. That is the main power core. You have gotten to where you need to be. You push the bomb right up next to it as units begin to, specifically, you can see up on the catwalk a few gray brains pour out. Running down the corridor behind you after you, more gray brains. And popping out of the ceiling, there's these little sort of iris-like sphincters that open up, and little saucer drones drop out. And this is where we are going to take our break. We will be back shortly to see how it is Operation Intolerant Lactose manages to get the bomb integrated, and we have to get back to the bridge and see what's going on there. This Barbatus figure that we saw at the very beginning of episode 1 has shown up and looks to be ready to have an amicable conversation with these beautiful rat people that have shown up. We will get back to that in just a little bit. We're going to go take about a 10-minute break. A little later than I was hoping, but I loved all of this you got up to going through the ship. I had no idea how long it was going to take. I loved every second of it. We're going to go take about a 10-minute break. Get up, stretch your legs, do your human things. We're going to attempt to de-stress because it's only going to get more intense now that we are dropping into what's probably going to be a high-stakes social encounter and probably multiple combat situations. And then we need to blow up the ship and hopefully get out before it explodes. So enjoy some music while we're away. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Make sure to stop back. The conclusion of this is gonna be explosive. Hello, everybody. We are back for the second part of our finale for Cyberrats, Corpo-Rat, Shills. And let me just say, you are all so beautiful, Barbados says to our other 4 Cyberrats, Nibbles, Esme, Hayden, and Hank, as he walks out of the dimness at the edge of the bridge towards you all, extending a pair of very nondescript, average day, regular Joe arms out in a welcoming and inviting manner towards you, as a few more mechanical ones, biomechanical ones, unfurl from his back in the same sort of just outstretched, lightly reaching forward, palms up, and inviting in your direction with this gentle smile on his face, walking slowly, not methodically, but without any degree of hostility or aggression or intensity. Takes a few steps in your direction, stops, understanding that this was not what you were expecting. Stops and looks at you. Tilts his head, smiles, looks at each of you in turn. I wasn't expecting you, but I'm glad you're here.
We weren't expecting you either, but thank you for the compliment, and your arms are really beautiful as well.
Thank you. I've really enjoyed them. I have to say, it's...
Wait,
We know you.
Oh, not... I don't think so. He leans in and kind of looks at each of your faces once more. I don't think so, but I'm glad to see you.
You're like a human, but with extra bits. Cool extra
Yeah.
bits, but extra bits.
Pretty
I mean,
much.
we're rats with extra bits, so, like, why can't a human have extra bits?
Sure, but we, stole away onto the interloper ship. He was already here.
Interloper is such
See-
a... We don't really prefer that.
Okay.
They don't really
well,
prefer
what's
that.
the name?
We?
What's
It's difficult to pronounce, really. Has a sort of psionic component to it. I've been practicing,
Oh.
but I'm sorry, I still need more practice.
don't
That's
even worry
okay.
about it. I got no in the air, so it's fine.
Right.
Of course, you
Um,
don't like to be called interlopers. No one wants to be told that they're trespassing.
Right.
Right.
But yeah, you are trying to take over our planet,
You
though.
are kind of
Well-
interloping.
That's... I think that's really a big misunderstanding.
Oh, was
quite-
it just miscommunication?
a big cultural divide between our people, I think.
Mhm.
See, we showed
Mhm.
up and they showed up and we got all scared and worried and not really sure who started it. I don't think that really matters at this point.
Is this guy like Garat? Does he think that he's an alien?
Who are you asking that to?
No, I don't think so.
Leaning over to Hank.
No, I don't think so. I just think he's been with them for a little while, so it's just sort of
Right.
all blending together.
I'm not quite like you. I don't really know whether to congratulate you or offer my condolences. I suppose it would be different for each of you, perhaps. But I suppose we share a similar, a very similar past, and I suppose a similar metamorphosis.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Oh,
Change.
right.
Transformation.
Yes,
Okay.
I don't want to say I was quite like you. Obviously, there's I'm human and you're uplifted rats. Is that the right? Is that? I don't want to
I
offend.
mean, you could just say we're rats,
Okay,
because we're still rats.
Right.
It's
But that
just
was
the-
nice. I liked the uplifted part.
right.
Of course you did.
But
You should say it more. Yeah. Uplifted rat. Sorry, go ahead. What's your name?
Where are my manners? I apologize. I'm Barbatus.
Barbatus.
Right.
You all right? Hi, I'm Hank.
Can I shake your hand?
Are you gonna pull a fast one?
No, it's.
Cool. Yeah, sure.
He walks up, slowly, not necessarily confidently, but not in any aggressive manner. Walks up and reaches out and sort of extends his hand, almost waits for you to clasp it, and does.
Hank's gonna meet him halfway. And
All right.
All the confidence, all the like, I'm fucking, let's go.
Yeah, he takes your hand. It's not. He doesn't meet your grip. I imagine Hank goes in for a big, firm, manly handshake. He doesn't necessarily meet your grip, but it tightens a little in respect as you grasp it, and he clasps it with his other hand, and not enthusiastically, but just gently. It's nice to meet you, Hank, and he sort of turns to the rest of you.
Mm-hmm. That's my sibling. That's Hayden. That's Pecorino. His name is Nibbles. But I like to call him
Nibbles.
Nibbles.
Nibbles is my name.
I like to call you different, things that sound like you're peckish or hungry. Sometimes I just haven't done it.
Nicknames can be fun, but they can also be a little hurtful sometimes.
His name is Nibbles.
That's me.
I do get it. I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then that's the boss lady.
Oh, so you're I don't want to say in charge. I don't know if that's your custom. Well, regardless, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. It's nice to have a pleasant conversation with somebody from terra firma, as it were.
Yes, charmed. Do you mind if I go over here and just start working on some stuff?
I think
I'm still listening.
I think for the moment I don't want to. I just don't. I'd rather we just talk. I mean, you wouldn't want to be accused of being interlopers yourself. I'd like to invite you in and be welcoming, but I think we should just get to know each other.
So, are you like in charge of the ship?
Oh no, not at all. I'm a bit of I guess you could say a liaison of sort, or at least that's what I'm working to. That was my hope, really. But things didn't necessarily go as anyone really would have liked, I suppose.
I've been there. Collaborator is the term you're looking for.
Perhaps. I suppose that's one viewpoint. Yes.
Is it? All right. So listen. So here's the thing, right? If you're the liaison, maybe you could tell your alien buddies, your whatever sound you made earlier, buddies, to go home.
I suppose that would be kind of unfortunate after making, the trip here and all of this. I mean, it would. I don't kind of a sunk cost fallacy, really, but
Okay. Well,
I was hoping that we could make something of all of this.
Oh,
Like what?
further collaboration.
Again, I suppose. I mean, is not any sort of coming together collaboration?
Maybe. What were you thinking?
Maybe.
Coming together.
I don't want to come off too pre-rehearsed, but I've been thinking about what I would say when I finally got the chance to. I didn't expect it to be with to you all with rats, and I assume you're some sort of. I don't want to be presumptuous or instigate anything, but some sort of strike team.
Who were you expecting?
Oh, I was hoping to wait until all this nonsense kind of cooled down and talk with other not other I should say leaders of the world.
The survivors of whoever, the large ship didn't kill.
Perhaps, maybe. Again,
Yeah.
again, I think that's mostly a misunderstanding. But
Yeah, well,
We misunderstood.
well, again, if you wouldn't mind it, he stands up, sort of straightens his tie, sort of does that thing where you quietly psych yourself up. Humanity has grown cold and hard, complacent of the greed and suffering around them. I used to be like you, not exactly like you, but an unrecognized, underappreciated, lost cog in this endlessly, needlessly complex machine designed to pit person against person for the amusement and profit of corporations and governments. The masters and bosses of the world down there. We, they, I won't try again, want only to show you a better way to improve humanity, to make humanity better, and Ratkind, if since you're now here, to welcome them into a galactic family, where people like you will not only be seen and appreciated, but able to live a whole, fulfilling life.
So
That's
what
it.
does
That's
it cost us?
Well, cost is I guess that depends on what you consider a cost. I've embraced it. We're, like I said, the mother just wants to make humanity better. I think having extra arms is, you get a lot more done. It's nice to feel appreciated, seen.
But we would have to be subjects of the mother.
Subjects,
Yeah?
perhaps. I mean, I suppose she would become your mother too.
No, I've
That's what
already
she
got
likes to
one
be
of those.
called. Right. I mean, not in
Mm.
any sort of not in any sort of like weird invasive sort of way, like a planet-wide adoption.
That doesn't sound bad.
Hey, then. Think about it for like 3 more seconds.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, there it goes. Yeah, no, it's no good. Yeah,
You
all right.
you
So
you
look,
have
here's the thing.
concerns.
Your
Oh,
offer is
so many. There's so many.
incompatible with our goals.
I would, not to be offensive, but I would hope so. It's just
Okay.
whose goals benefits the most people?
Ours.
What benefits yours?
Do you know how many people there are on Earth?
Oh, not exactly. I could look up the statistics, but
Considerably
Well, I
less.
could also look
Since,
them up.
right,
And it's a big
considerably
number.
less since they got here. Yeah, it's a lot more.
I
Well, it used to be a
I
lot more.
suppose. But I mean, those who chose to fight back. I mean, you've had to deal with them, haven't you? I can feel that from you.
Well, humans?
He sort of he sort of nods towards Esme a little bit. And do you really want to go? Do you want to go back to that? Continue that relationship? Toiling away, being an what did they used to say? And a corporate asset, a cost, a number on a spreadsheet and a line on a graph. Do you want to continue that?
I want to bleed them for all they're worth.
Well, I think that's a bit extreme. I mean,
Oh. No. That's good. Say it again.
And
This is
from
new.
right now, this is looking like a very similar corporate takeover.
Right. Just, different company.
I can see how you would see those similarities, though. If I may, that I suppose that's how you've been taught to see the world.
No, it just seems like you're saying the same thing, but trying to package it differently.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're going the whole we're a family route. Yeah, it's just company's just one big family. Yeah.
Isn't that what cults do?
Yeah.
Big corporations.
Yeah.
This
Same
was,
same difference, really.
this was the whole packet they gave me at new employee orientation.
Yeah. It's not looking
Well-
hey. So here's the thing. We don't listen. We don't want to fight, right? We don't want to fight if we don't
That's
have to.
good.
So, right.
But we will.
Right. We will do that. So, if you tell your mother that she needs to take her
Well,
ship
why-
and leave,
Why don't you tell her yourself? And down from the ceiling, you see tendril, this big, thick tendril.
Hi.
A few dozen of these tendrils of various sizes and thickness, sort of sleek, but at the same time, at the end, there's this yellowish, greenish dusting towards them, towards the end of these tendrils. And they don't jut out aggressively, they just sort of unfurl down towards you. And you, Hank, you do look up to see where they are coming from, and pushing down through the ceiling, you see this... You assume it's some sort of face. It doesn't have any of the facial features you're used to. It doesn't have eyes or a mouth or a nose, but it is this sort of presenting forward bulbous section. You see these sort of almost breathing like almost you know how some frogs have that sort of thing. There's a few nodules of that sort of pulse where you would assume generally where the temples would be on this faceless head-like protrusion. And it leans down, still probably a good 25, 30 feet high, just barely out of the darkness, out of the mist towards the ceiling. And it leans down, and you all feel in your mind this combination of hello and curiosity and apprehension.
Well, meet the new boss.
Not new boss. But no, we're not taking new management, is the thing. We don't even like the management we have now.
That's true.
So, hi, Mum. How you doing? Great. Awesome. So listen, we can appreciate what it is you're trying to do. But we think you should take your people and leave, because otherwise, ship kaboom.
So-
And for emphasis, Nibble's gonna hold up the giant ray gun plasma beam rifle.
Okay. You can see there's a shake to the tendril nearest you. None of them are within reach or anything aggressive, but the one nearest you kind of twitches. And you may all be able to understand this feeling. You remember back when you were a young kid and you did not want to go to school. It was like the first day of school and you hated your teacher. You were afraid of going to class. You didn't know what your classmates were going to be like, and your parent walked over and like, you are going to school, young man or lady. That's the feeling you get.
Everybody get that?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
like that.
Seemed to come through fairly
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, all right.
There's a wanting to help with it, but a determined, you're doing the thing.
Esme's gonna
It's-
turn to I forget his name. Barbatus.
Barbecue.
So
You can see on the lapel of his suit, there's still what looks to be the remains of a corporate name tag. You can see it's been, whatever logo was there has been heavily scratched out, and you can see it originally said, you believe it says something like it says Barney. You can't make out the last name, but it's also been heavily scratched out. But you can kind of make out Barney, but he calls himself Barbatus.
So what you're saying is there's no alternative?
Oh, I'm alternative. I suppose there's always an alternative, but it's just not very pleasant. Do you really want to keep fighting?
No,
No.
keep fighting. Just like one more.
I think I do understand where you're coming from. Yet a hostile takeover and another new boss. I suppose. I mean, I suppose in a way that could be the case. I mean, everyone has to be led in some way, don't they? You didn't get to where you were now entirely on your own. It's just, I suppose, that the quality of the people you look up to and take guidance from.
I mean, some of us didn't have a choice.
Right.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Right. Well,
I-
see, we're at the point where we can like make choices now. So we're gonna.
But wouldn't you want to make the choice for the better?
No.
No. That's disappointing.
Okay. Who's to say that your better is actually better for the better of all?
Without even thinking,
Huh?
in full confidence, he just motions to his arms, his biomechanical arms out of his back, like, duh.
So more arms. That's what it is.
I mean, that's not all, but I mean, you can't deny.
I'd like to point out that I have 276 arms.
Right.
More arms than you.
My number of arms changes constantly.
That's true.
Well, we are
I still only
different
got
people.
two.
I mean,
Yeah, we are.
we're going to have our differences. It's a net benefit for me, I suppose. I only had these two useless things, but I mean, maybe more arms aren't for you. I'm sure we could find some other way to better you. I mean, at the very least, do you really want to go back to your boss? I don't think you do. I'm not like prying or anything. That's just what I you kind of. It seems like you just came off of a bad conversation. Speaking towards Esme.
Look,
Can you
when we're
keep
done
a
with
secret?
this, we're gonna kill her.
Esme? No.
No, not me.
Oh, your boss?
Wait, we are?
Wasn't there a?
Oh, you know. Yeah, I heard.
How did I hear about this before you?
I was in the hospital.
Right.
Well, like I said, I prefer rehabilitation over punishment, especially one as severe as that. But
And we might just take her ship and drop her in the middle of the jungle somewhere, but
I suppose that's an option. I don't think it really teaches anything.
can I trouble you for a drink or some biotech?
He looks upwards towards this mass of mother, and the nearest tendril to you sort of shakes and motions in your direction. The dust-filled end sort of splits into 5 pieces, and protruding out of this is this sort of tube-like, squishy nozzle.
All right. This is biotech then?
I suppose it's similar. The stuff from what I understand about how they came to do your whole thing, it's a little crude, but relatively, it's sustenance. It takes a little getting
Well,
used to, but
If it doesn't work, then this isn't going to work in general because we survive off biotech. So,
I mean, I'm sure it would sustain you. I'm just not sure it's exactly what you're used to.
I drink a gallon of biotech every morning.
That can't be healthy.
A gallon?
It's not. It's really not. But I mean, look.
I mean,
at
that's
me,
exactly
Bob.
the poison they're literally feeding down your throats.
You just want me to quit cold turkey?
Oh no, that probably would not end well. But like I said, we have alternatives, and this is sort of unrefined, mother's milk and all that. But we could work towards.
Can I try and drink it?
You want to go up and suckle on this
I'm
tentacle?
gonna try it.
Okay.
Esme.
All right. Yeah, Esme, you walk up, and as you approach, it reaches out towards you, and you can grab the tip of this this organic protuberance and put it in your mouth. Yeah.
Do I regain any biotech?
Oh my god.
Let's see here. Do you give me permission to tell you what a new state of thought you would have? I'm not trying to take agency, but direct your agency.
Sure.
Okay. You suckle on this for a little bit, and you do. Where are we, Esme? You do regain 3 biotech.
Oh my god.
But as you drink it down, you begin thinking, this sounds a lot better than that bitch director Himalaya was going to give you. You feel seen. You feel recognized. You feel like you asked for something and you got it without expectation or without cost associated to it. This mother did not say, well, you have to go and pay for this biotech. It was given to you freely.
Oh no.
Hey everyone, I think this might be a great deal.
It's not. It's not. Listen. The first taste is free. Yeah? That's how that goes. Don't do that. Don't drink any more of that.
And what Barbatus was saying sounds... I mean, I'll leave it to you how skeptical you are, but you can see the merits of it now, whether you could before or not.
Jack, there's Barbatus, there's the Queen Mother, and then there's a bunch of gray brains in here, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
They're all... You can see there are... At this point, there's kind of been some motion. It's not been... Aside from little green men who have done the Halo grunt thing and freaked out and ran away, the gray brains have mostly just stood there, and they're kind of doing the Doctor Who silence thing where they're just standing tall, looking in your direction with those big black eyes.
Yeah, all right. So here's the thing. So you're not gonna leave, is what you're saying, yeah? Not you, Esme.
I feel it would kind of be a waste. I really think we could help. I mean, would you walk away from a mistreated child?
Who's the mistreated child in this example?
Well,
Earth? Okay.
Earth.
You.
Is
I don't want to be...
for like killing half of that child?
Are we not supposed to walk away from children?
Nibbles.
I was
Nibbles,
told that
you know
I'm
what?
not fit to parent.
I mean, and that's true, but
But that should be your choice.
yeah.
My choice.
An informed choice,
Yeah.
hopefully, and I'm sure there would be others to help you if you would, but I mean that's not something anyone should dictate for you, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And so we would have choice if we were to join the mother. Yeah, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
I should be allowed to parent.
Hmm. Hmm.
I kind of see the argument.
I bet you do. You could see any. You,
Let's blow up the mother, and then we can adopt all the children.
we're not trying to become the mother. Nibbles is the thing.
I can keep track of them. You think I can't?
I don't. Maybe we don't talk about that now, but I do have concerns.
Fine.
I mean, I know
Talk about
when
it it's
when I
convenient.
was young, my grandmother and what grandparents really kind of did most of the work. All I'm saying
You
is,
know,
we're-
Bob,
help is being offered. Hank.
when I was a young boy, my father took me into the city, and I'm going to pull out my sword.
Are we doing it?
We're doing it. I'm so sorry.
How does everybody else feel about this? I don't know how subtle Hank is planning to be, but you're all right there too.
Nibbles was not going to pick up on this, but once it's clear, like he's for shooting.
Esme, I think one of the side effects is Esme is feeling much less take charge. But when Hank starts like making moves, it's like, okay, Hank's the leader.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, that's my brother, so
Yeah.
I'm following his lead.
All right. Awesome. We're going at it. Go ahead and
Yeah.
roll me a. I assume that's a smash, Hank.
It's absolutely a smash. So here's the thing. We are starting. We're gonna like back up. It's like swinging around. I'm gonna hit the gray brains, and we're gonna end with Barbatus. Or I'm gonna hit however many are close.
Right. Yeah, like I said, this
And
has a
if-
sort of Imperial Star Destroyer thing. The Gray Brains are kind of down on
Gotcha.
another level.
Oh,
I say
okay, then if it's just
yeah. They were
Okay,
they
then
were
him
purposely
and-
kind of away.
away,
Yeah.
that's fine. Can I also hit Mother then? There's at least a tendril right there. Right there.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it. Roll smash.
Don't love that. Don't love the way you said that actually. I didn't like that. Is there any keen that I need to worry about?
Let's see. Yes. Keen 1.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm so afraid. Is the thing. Yeah, and I think. Do we scan flaws? Yeah, I think we're gonna scan flaws. Yeah, we're gonna scan flaws as well.
All right.
Plus 1 extra harm. Still got
Who are you putting that
downtime,
on?
gotta use that.
Oh, it's on all of your attacks do that. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So okay.
Okay, that is a success. Almost out of nowhere, you grab the sword from behind you and sort of samurai upwards slash it forward, and you cleave Barbatus in half. He is just like from hip up to other shoulder. You just carve him in half, and he splits like a banana and falls to the floor. And you follow that up, and the beam of your arc sword travels up and slashes into a few of the tentacles of Mother. How much damage do you do there?
Okay, so the base is 4 plus 1 extra harm. That's 5 plus another extra. So that's 6. Yeah, so that's 6, and that's 1, 2. That is 3 bleed. 4 bleed. Sorry.
Okay. You slash upward, and this arcing beam follows through the swing, and it travels up a few of these tendrils, and you can see the tendrils sort of impact with it and flow with the slash. And as this energy beam moves against the tendrils, there is a green flash, and then they slump back down towards your direction, shaking. 3 of them, I'll say you hit 3 of them, split open into those 5 different segments, this time with little barbed, what looks like, not necessarily teeth, but like little barbed needles on the inside of them. This protuberance sort of sucks itself back in, and these 3 tentacle limbs shake and throw off pollen. We're jumping into combat now, because you just carved the talkie person in half. Esme, I will say,
yes,
this
sorry.
person just attacked your mother.
Oh, motherfucker. But he looked hot while doing it.
Yeah.
But
it's go time now.
I'm
Player
just gonna
phase.
make a roll, just highs versus lows. Okay. I rolled a 4, so I think Esme, for the moment, is gonna follow Hank.
All right. I'll let you police yourself.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay.
Hey. So, that was only 1 attack. Now, so the tendrils, like, effectively Hydra. Yeah, is that what you're telling me?
No, you didn't cut them off and they regrew. The energy hit into these limbs, these tentacles, and they sort of flowed with it. There was this green flash to it, and then when that energy subsided, it was almost like they didn't fall limp. It was just like a branch blowing in the breeze, and as soon as the breeze stopped, it went back to its resting position.
So, is it kind of like what happens when we hit one of the glowy aliens?
Similar, yeah.
Hey, what's green mean for the aliens? You gonna be like smart or something?
Who do we have on this team?
Grass.
This isn't really a role I can give any of you, because that's not really how this system works. But I'll do my own low high for both Esme and Hayden, who I think are probably the 2 most informed of the group. Hayden, yeah, you kind of understand biotech energy and how it works with each other and how it projects this sort of field that can be manipulated. A flash of green energy probably requires a cyber-like attack in order to hit.
Yeah, I think it is a think type 1. Yeah.
You can sense from this being an incredible intellect. Intelligent enough that it kind of saw this coming and was able to move with it. You have to outsmart it.
Okay. Does the bleed still happen?
Nope.
Motherfucker. Read.
Okay.
Yeah, alright.
I will say we are at 7:15. We got to get through this fight and the engineering fight, which we're going to stagger. by hopefully 8:30. So I will encourage you to be snappy, but again, I understand that this is a big fight.
Okay.
Can Esme do something?
Yeah, jump into it.
Okay. Esme's just can't quite bring herself to attack the queen, but is just gonna shoot a gravity ball
mother.
into the mother. Gonna shoot a gravity ball into the biggest group of gray brains
Okay.
that she can see.
You can throw that out to any distance, and it pulls anything within near range together?
Yeah, anything near is pulled to close to that point.
Okay. Yeah, you can yank all four of those gray brains together.
Okay.
They're down at separate little consoles, 2 on this side, 2 on that side, and sort of the lowered section. You can throw that out just above this little ground level walkway and sort of pull both of each of them up.
And now how they take 3 harm.
Okay.
And now how far are they from me?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, they were back away. They were keeping their distance. So you pulled them up from one layer to get them sort of on that plane, but they are still at near range to you.
Okay, that's all I need. I'm going to shoot them.
Okay.
With a gun. With my... Yeah. So... Oh, right, I have precise. So I was like, why do I have an extra die on this? Okay, that's a 6. So that's 3 harm to one of them.
Okay.
With lethal and pierce.
Okay. Yeah, you pull them together and you target the first one you lock onto, and you lob one of these. Yeah, this isn't Ash anymore, so you're not throwing explosives out. You have your handgun, so you level your handgun towards them and just straight through the big head of that first gray brain, just splatters outward.
Does it die?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I get another biotech back.
You do.
And then I'm gonna shoot again.
All right.
At another one in that group. Another 6.
All right. You blast away another one.
And then I get another biotech back.
Yep.
And then I am going to teleport behind the last one in that group.
There are 2 more remaining.
Oh, 2 more remaining?
But they are all sort of smushed together.
Then yeah, I'll teleport behind one of them. And then I'll make another attack.
All right.
That's another 6.
How are you making another?
That's part of teleport. I
Gotcha.
can make another attack.
All right. Yet another 6. You blast away another one.
Okay. And is there another group that I could send a gravity ball toward?
No.
Oh, okay.
At present, those are the only enemies remaining.
Okay. I
There's
think
one
that's
left.
my turn.
All right.
So there's nothing left to kill.
There is one
There's
gray
one
brain left.
thing left to
There's
kill.
one gray brain and there's Mother.
And there's Mother. Can Mother be targeted?
I don't see why not.
All
You can
right,
certainly
I'm gonna
try.
do it. I
is
didn't
the
learn
prince.
anything. I didn't learn anything from Pack Rat. Yeah, Nibble's gonna pull out the big screw you gun and hit Mother. Now I have beams so I can hit at close, near, and far.
Okay. We're working on a three-dimensional sort of plane here. So it's
Okay.
not only 3 dimensions laterally, but you also have to take in 3 dimensions vertically.
So I can't hit them both.
No.
All right. Then I will just hit Mother.
Okay.
Here is my Cyber. Oh, I get +1 die from
Keen 1.
Keen 1. I do not get +1 die. I will use my downtime die.
All right.
I didn't need it, but that is a 6.
Okay.
Hell yeah,
Which, as we all know, is 8 harm.
8 harm. Gotcha.
Ignoring barrier and resilient.
Wait, isn't this your first shot?
Yes, but I only had 8 ammo to start with. I think I might have fired last
Oh.
mission.
Oh, big sad.
Yep. So, and then for my second action, I'll do it again, but with 1 fewer die.
Uh-oh.
That's a 4.
Okay. So you said 8 damage for the first attack.
That's right.
Ignoring barrier.
That's right.
So it still applies to soak. Gotcha. All right. You got that there. And then a 4, so you do hit, but you lose a biotech, and there's going to be a consequence.
Yep.
That's another 8.
That's right.
All right. Gotcha. You lose 1 biotech, and with that, the conditional consequence for that there. Yeah, as you are targeting Mother, you line up the shot and fire, and you can feel this sort of painful wail in the back of your mind. And between the shot being fired out and this psionic assault that you're having to deal with, you don't notice a number of tendrils moving down behind you. They wrap around your plasgun and rip it away from you.
Oh no.
Oh no, they're not good.
Okay. In the interest of being snappy, first I'm going to use my adrenal shunt to ignore the next source of harm coming at me. I'm going to split, which gives me an extra action at the cost of 2 biotech.
All right.
And what can I do to wrestle my gun back?
Yeah, so this weapon has been sucked up back in past the mist of the ceiling. What would you like to do to try to get your gun back?
Climb up after it.
Okay. Yeah, so you can jump over on top of a console, so you throw yourself up, try to grab onto the balcony, and then from there try to leap into whatever mass of Mother might be up there in the ceiling. That sounds like a smash to me.
Smash, you say? All right. Sure.
Unless you would like to go about it a different way, knowing Mother's,
Nope.
I shouldn't walk you into that. Knowing what Mother is, if you would like to try a different role.
No, I'll take smash if that's what you want to call it. That's a 1.
That is a 1. You do
Oh,
jaunt
no.
forward, hop up, put a foot, what counts as a foot to a massive rats on one of these consoles. Jump up, your sort of body elongates as your massive rats dissociates and grabs onto the lip of the balcony there. All these little rats kind of holding on to each other, trying not to fall. You scurry your way up, jump forward, and 4 of these tendrils sort of spiral together and just smack you down like a baseball bat, and you take 1 damage.
Which my shunt absorbs.
Oh no.
It is also going to follow through with that, and as you hit the floor, those 4 tentacles separate and boom, 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 slam down on top of you, and you take... You really made this thing this mean. You can only blame yourself here, Alex. I need to... How are you looking? Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I'm not
I'm
going to feel
fine.
bad about
Oh,
this. You
fine.
take
Don't even
8
feel
harm.
bad. 8 harm? That's a start. That's my
There you
first
go.
start. Got 3 left. Don't even worry
And
about it.
Okay.
this
You
mass of
almost
rats
made me
that was Nibbles just
take your
gets...
first shard.
Yeah. Okay, Nibbles is done taking actions. I'm just gonna lie there, sad and gunless.
Okay. Hi. I still had another action.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. No. There were other things going on. I also didn't know what I was gonna do because I can't really hit her like that. So, can I
will-
try and grab his gun?
Yeah, I can give you that opportunity. I will also remind you, Mother is there. You're probably going to have to deal with her in some fashion, but your primary objective above all else is get those self-destruct fragments. You killed all but one
Yep.
of the 4 enemies in the room, so you're going to get 3 drops. They spawn from drops. There's a chance for them to spawn. So there really is only one other target besides Mother that you can do right now. Or you could interact with the environment in any creative way you have. But yes, if you would like to try to get that gun back, how would you like to do that?
I'm, athletic.
All right.
So we're gonna.
Knowing
Get on up
how
there.
Mother operates, you can go ahead and make a
Mhm.
make a smash on that.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah. Like I'm not trying to go for damage. I'm just trying to take the gun back.
Sure.
That's all I'm doing.
Sure.
Yeah. Did it do the thing? It
That's
did.
a 6. That's what I was
did.
looking for. Yeah. So where Nibbles failed, I imagine you do something very similar. You hop up on another console, vault your way up towards the 2nd level, throw yourself forward. I imagine a sort of like Superman style sort of uppercut as you slam into this mass of tentacles. Or do you have something?
Yeah. So I was basically seeing Hank kind of go like beast, like X-Men. There are lots of like tentacles
Love
and
it.
things
Yeah.
moving about. So he's just like using one to swing to the
Doing
other,
the Tarzan
like
thing.
using their momentum against him to really just go jungle. Like this is a jungle gym now.
All
We're
right.
gonna have fun.
You jungle gym your way up Mother's tentacles and pull yourself up into the mass of that. And you do have to rip away this plasma gun. It is trying to keep it at bay. It is a mass of tentacles that have kind of wrapped around it, and you have to go up there and sort of pull them apart, grab the gun, pull it down before these things tighten back up again. And you fall that distance. It's not enough to do damage. You manage to catch yourself one-armed on the lip of the railing, slowing your momentum enough that you hit the ground, sort of tuck and roll a little bit as you do, but you have
Yes.
Nibbles' gun.
Right. And then just go, hey, bloop, don't lose it again, yeah?
Thanks.
Throw it down in the puddle that is Nibbles.
Right. You're welcome. I fucking hat.
Hayden, I think that's you now.
And I think with the gray brain still there, that's going to be the target that Hayden chooses to
All
shoot
right.
at. So I'm going to make a cyber roll.
All right.
And that is going to be, let's see, 8 harm, because that is a 6.
You
and
blast
I have
this thing
brutal.
away.
So yeah, that doubles it.
Yeah.
And I guess with that, since I have another action and I blasted that thing away, I'm going to take a shot at Mother as well.
All right. Hayden's time to shine.
It's not, let's not say that before I roll.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right, 1 or a
Another
6.
6.
Both ends at the extreme. That does connect. What does that do?
Oh, Lord.
And that is just to list all of my ridiculous tags, because I did upgrade this gun. So that'll
Nice.
be 8 damage. It has shred on it.
I'm
it
sorry.
has pierce.
Did you roll that with Keen? Mother has Keen.
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
I
gotcha.
took 1 die away. So my cyber's 3.
Gotcha.
So, yes.
Sorry, I interrupted. What is this ridiculous gun you have?
So that'll be 8 harm. It has shred on it, and it has pierce on it. So it ignores
Yeah.
soak and also removes 1 soak.
Okay. Yeah, what is this ridiculous gun? A pistol, a SMG, a rifle? What do you got?
I think it is a pistol because I don't see Hayden having a big gun. I think it's just one that he has spent a lot of time refining and adding tech to so that it can do these amazing things.
All right, you see all of this happening around you. You blast apart Gray Brain, and unfurling from the ceiling is yet another one of Mother's tentacles, and it opens up, quivers in your direction. You level the pistol and just shoot straight into the center of that unfolded mass, and it just blasts it apart. The whole mass of Mother is more or less fine, but you blasted away a shark.
Good. Good.
Yes, I did upgrade Mother a little bit. I believe that is all for you guys. On to the enemy phase. Well, you killed most of them, but Mother is still there. What do I want to do with Mother? Let's see. Oh, Alex, when Mother hits you in return, she does have draining, so you lose 1 biotech.
Arg.
Let's see.
Who designed
Let's see.
this?
Yeah, I know. What was this guy thinking? It's ridiculous. Okay, Mother is going to... Yeah, you were the only person to actually be able to do any damage to this, and she did not like that. So, Hayden... Oh, yeah, you're fine, too. Another tentacle. You blast one apart just in time for you to turn around and realize there is a thick, massive Mother coming down and just slams into your back hard. You take 8 harm, which I imagine blows a shark.
It does.
All right. That is going to be it for our enemy phase. I will say the thing that changes is reinforcements arrive because you need more things to kill. Out of the gusty mist in the ceiling, you see 3 flying saucer drones drop. And then doors, there are a number of doors that you didn't even see. They kind of iris open, and out pours 5 cyborgs. Built very similar to Barbatus, very plain looking, but they're kind of wrong. Like, one shoulder's higher than the other on one of them. Another one walks with a bit of a limp. They're just kind of not exactly built to human specs. So there are 5 cyborgs and 3 flying saucers now in the room, and it is time to distribute drops and see if any of these gray brains had codes to them. You get... Where are you? Where are you? There you are. You get a biotech. One of the gray brains slams into some sort of crate, which topples over, and spilling out of it, there is this sort of harness-like strap that has this glowing blue sort of pulsating energy thing to it, and it sort of emits this kind of shield-like barrier just off the front of it. That is a barrier harness.
Ooh.
Oh man, you guys tore through those gray brains and they did not have a single self-destruct. You get another bio and an HP. So 2 bio and HP and a barrier harness.
Yeah.
That barrier harness is
Okay,
going to give
okay.
somebody 3 barrier.
Who needs
All right.
barrier?
I mean, if we're gonna be all the way real,
Yep. Yep.
probably Hank.
Yep. Yep. Take that. Take that.
If I'll take biotech because
Okay.
You can
All
have
right.
Also, I would also like a biotech.
you can have a biotech.
Fantastic. Does anyone need an HP?
I know, actually.
Okay. Then that HP does nothing.
Wait, yeah, no, I don't.
Okay.
Really? You don't need an HP? Hank doesn't need an HP? You're rolling Smash all the time. You've just been
Yeah,
too
and
good, I guess.
I just do. Yeah, I don't generally mess up.
Don't fail. Cyberrats tip.
We also have an airdrop courtesy of Muse once more. I believe it's been a while. Like I said, I will let you guys decide whether Cheese Cutter gets it or Intolerant Lactose gets it.
It was $imp with the.
Oh, was it? My
this
apologies.
time.
$imp. Thank you.
Rad. Go.
Muse was just reminding me, which I also appreciate.
Yeah.
Do you guys want that, or do you want to give that to the other team in engineering?
We don't even get to know what it is, do we? You
Nope.
rude. How we doing over here? We're good? We good?
I think we're good. Other team might be in a little bit rougher spot,
give it
maybe.
to the other team.
Yeah, we'll give it to the other team.
All right, other team. Just in time for the camera to quick cut down to engineering. We're jumping back and forth here. Down to engineering, player phase. You guys run inside this engineering chamber. It's as I described before. You can still hear the thud of tentacles slam against the door quite a ways back at this point. And you can hear charging behind you a number of other creatures. On the catwalk of this room, you see... actually, down in engineering, as you get inside, working at different consoles, you, yet again, see 4 Grey Brains, and as I said, falling out of these sphincter orifices in the ceiling, drop 3 flying saucers. Now, your primary objective is to take this bomb, you've already got it into the room, you are going to need to integrate it into the actual energy core of this ship. So what that entails, you're going to need to get into the actual maintenance duct down there, get the bomb inside. You're going to need to physically wire the bomb into the core. That requires delicate maneuvers. That's going to be a sly roll. You need to physically wire and plug the bomb into the core. You need to actually program... you have to program the core and sync it up, sync the information exchange and energy exchange with the bomb. That's going to be a cyber roll. And somebody needs to either open/destroy the regulator vents, which is likely going to be a smash roll. Other than that, you need to just survive, set it, and leave. That's all you need to do.
Okay.
Who's up? I will say, because
Alright.
the other team gave the airdrop here, you walk inside, and immediately next to the door, this is a large chamber. On some sort of rack, you see an alien jetpack, much like the one we saw before. This sort of bulbous, weird alien biomechanical thing you can strap to yourself.
Nice. Okay. Can do we have to do those in order, I'm assuming? Or can we just start those rolls?
No, you can do those in any order. Yeah.
Okay.
I heard that vents need smashing. Sorry, Q, if you want to go first, take it.
No, I was just trying to figure out. You said this is a large room, so about how far away is the central control? Like what we need to get to?
You are at the door here. To get to the actual core is going to be 1 movement band. It's a big room, but near is still just the other side of the room, generally.
Okay. All right.
The other side of a big room. It's a big room.
Okay. Does Freighter Joe still have shard?
No.
No.
Yes, sorry, Freighter Joe has 1 shard.
Okay, well, dang it. I don't
Sorry.
wanna. No, it's okay.
I know what you want to do.
I want to do it so bad.
Yep.
Because then we could both get to that, is the thing, without having to use an action.
Yeah.
Oh, you can give people
Well,
shard,
there's
though,
a
right?
jetpack,
Sure, but that's just one person.
right?
And you need to
Okay.
transport
You
the
can
bomb.
take people's.
The bomb
Sure.
is effectively going to count as carrying a person. Because it's
Okay. I mean, if Ash is willing, Ash can
I
take the
can
bomb.
take the bomb there.
Right. Fred or Joe can take Pack Rat. And then we can both use our actions to like get the thing set up and also deal with the things out around us.
You can pop my shard.
Okay.
Pop it.
All right. Get the data. Okay. It's for 3.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I soaked that. That's not even a problem. Oh, no,
That's true harm.
No, no.
True
Yeah.
harm.
It's
true
true harm. Yeah.
Yep.
That's why it was still going.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Ouch. Actually, no, it's just shard. Just shard. No ouch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it blows shard.
Sorry. Whew, I'm out of it today.
It's a stressful
It's
time. There's a lot
alright.
going on.
All right. So yeah, the 3, and then you can use just like on 3v.
I sure can.
Okay.
I will pop one of my 3 biotech for that. And then I will. You want me to take you over there? No,
Yes.
because Esme's got the bomb. Got it. Yep. So I'll grab
Ash.
you. Sorry.
Ash.
Ash
think
has
we're
the
doing-
bomb.
Yes.
Everyone's
Ash is the
involved
bomb.
today.
Hey.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're over there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You want me to smash, or you want to
Yes.
take it? All right, smashing.
Yeah, you can go smash.
You said there's vents that need opening.
Yeah, so those vents are actually up on the upper end sort of ceiling of the wall, so you are going to have to get up there somehow.
Okay, so then can I climb up and then smash?
Yeah, so you can use 3v to get who is it, Pack-Rat up there with you, and then you can spend your movement to climb up the walls and smash into those vents.
Okay.
That is a
just like
5.
That sure is.
You do so. Yeah, you climb up these walls. There's various things to grab onto. You can take your sword, take your claws. You know how to climb. Yeah, this is Freighter Joe. Yeah, you get up there and you can just rip these vents apart. And there's multiple of them, so you kind of have to do the Horizon Zero Dawn giant leap to one side and grab onto the other one, rip that out, sort of monkey bar your way over on top of these ceiling structures, infrastructure, go over and smash into another one. You are breaking apart these regulator vents. Alarms start going off. Brr, 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 brr. And as you break them apart, you are blasted with this heat that makes you feel a little queasy, because it's probably highly radioactive, but you broke open those vents. You drink a gallon of biotech a day. What is a little radiation?
That's nibbles. But yeah.
Oh, that is, yeah. I can
Um,
imagine Freighter Joe, how big he is, has at least that much stew. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably.
biotech. He just chugs.
Yeah. So I would like to get the program going.
Okay. You can run up to the actual console at the bottom of this pulsating massive energy core.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because
Okay.
you have the interloper bomb from that one mission you did before, the two, they speak the same language. You don't have to worry about it. You can make a cyber roll as normal. If you were using a regular human-made nuke, this was going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Well, yay, cyber. Don't. Hell yeah, that's a 6, baby.
Another 6. All right, your team is doing good. You have programmed the core to talk to the bomb correctly. When that core goes critical, the bomb draws the power from that and amplifies the explosion, or whatever this bomb does.
Excellent. Also, you said there were eye drones, yeah?
There are flying saucers, yeah, up around the ceiling.
Fantastic. Cool. I'm gonna use the 3 biotech that I got from Freighter Joe
All right,
to hijack one of them.
fun. You can cause it
So
to do its harm to one of the other things in the room, right?
yeah, to a target of my choice.
All right. There are 2 other flying saucers up there with it at close range to it, and then there are the 4 gray brains at far range to it.
Close and far. Okay. Nothing near it except for us, I imagine.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me take a look. This has flying, which is a certain thing. Creatures can't move to close range. Yeah, so as Freighter Joe, as you throw yourself up to the ceiling, you see, as you are approaching any of these drones, they quickly shoot away from you. But I'm going to say they don't immediately recognize each other as a threat. So the drones up there are at close range to it, and anything on the ground, yourself, the rest of the team, and the Grey Brains are at far range. No, I'll say near range.
So,
It's not that big of a room. I'll say near range.
okay. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna hit one of the Grey Brains.
All
with
right,
the
flying
hydra.
saucer attacks a Grey Brain. I need
Mhm.
more notepad.
And do I want to? Okay, I could have an explosive turn, actually. Pretty explosive. I think I'm gonna. Oh, wait. We have to hold out against, like, waves on this one, too, right?
I mean, you could set the bomb and just leave, but the other team is also doing its thing.
Okay, but we could set it and forget it, is the thing.
Once you set it, you will have 3 turns for everybody to leave. It's designed to be that quickly so that enemies can't turn it off. But once you set it, it's done. But
Okay.
once it is set, it is active. You and the other team,
Okay.
if they're ready or not, the counter is started.
That part's fine. Okay, then I am gonna do. Then I'm gonna do what I wanted to. I'm gonna use my med pack. So that gives me 2. I'm going to data loss myself for 3,
Okay.
which is gonna get rid of the shard that I got.
All right.
And I'm gonna hijack the other drone.
Okay. Same Grey Brain?
Yeah, sure.
All right, that Grey Brain is destroyed. You have hijacked
Hell
2
yeah.
of these drones, which means I can activate 2 less enemies on the enemy phase, and you took out a Grey Brain.
Yep. And then my second action, I'm going to shoot one of the Grey Brains.
Okay, fire away.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Did I miss? Okay.
That is a
I'm
4?
Hold on, because I missed one. I forget I had precise.
Gotcha. 5. All right.
There we go. That's 5.
You hit just fine. How much damage is that doing?
That is going to be 4 harm with pierce and lethal.
All right, and you take out that Grey Brain as well.
Oh yeah.
Series of bullets slam into it and drops dead, oozing this grayish orange blood.
Grayish orange, that is a color combination.
Yep.
That's it for me.
All right.
Okay.
So Jack, I just have a question.
Yes.
I know you said once the bomb is set, we have 3 turns.
Yes.
I know Pack-Rat has gotten the kind of technical side. If I were to get the bomb inside and be looking to wire it, will that start the 3?
No. You have to apply all of those 3 conditions, and then you have to take an action to actually press the go button. So wiring it into the
Perfect.
core won't set it off yet.
Okay. Because with Ash's help, I think that is exactly what Ian is planning to do.
Yes, I will help you.
Okay. Ash is Ash, you're gonna take one of your actions to assist.
To move it over, and then the other to assist.
Okay.
Yep.
So that is +1
And-
die for you, Ian, on a sly
Awesome.
roll. All right. Yes, with Ash's help, we see Ian pour down into the inner workings of the lower section of engineering. The bomb gets, as gently as you can, sort of slid down into there as well. You push it back, crack open the core, open a bunch of panels on the side of this maintenance area, and actually start plugging in wires and tubes and whatnot. With Ash's help, you are able to do so flawlessly. You had to use an action to move to there, right? So that's everybody. All right, that takes us to the enemy phase. We have 2 more Gray Brains still up, and we have 3 flying saucers. 2 of them are taken over. I can only activate 3 enemies, so that is going to be these 2 Gray Brains and 1 of the flying saucers. Or at least you would think it would be. Let's do the Gray Brain. Yeah, we're gonna get a little funny with this one. What would I say that means? At threat level 3 now, because of the awareness. A daze from a Gray Brain. Let me take a look at you guys. What are we working with? Because these guys are smart. They can see how you're faring. I think the biggest threat out of all of you is probably going to be Freighter Joe. You're at least the biggest physical threat, I think. So Freighter Joe.
Yep.
One of these Gray Brains looks in your direction as you are still hanging somewhere near the ceiling, and all of your 5 senses go fuzzy. Your limbs go numb, your eyes go blurry, you get this loud tinnitus in your ears. Even your sense of smell and taste is wonky. You get this sort of dry mouth, weird taste, and your smell just kind of cuts off. And you are dazed. So you get 1 less action next turn, and because we are at threat level 3 out of 4, you are going to take -1 die on anything you do this next turn.
Great. That's fine.
One of the flying saucers is going to take a shot at Pack-Rat. That is going to be 5 harm towards Pack-Rat. All right.
Okay.
And then you get this bomb set up. Ian, you pop your head out of maintenance. Freighter Joe, you're hanging off the ceiling. Pack-Rat, you turn around, having set this all up. You look at each other, and then you feel this rush towards you psionically. You hear this sort of wet meat slithering, sliding sound, this thumping against the wall, and the door to engineering gets ripped open, and shooting into engineering is a series of tentacles. Tipped fuzzy at the end, they shoot forward, and a whole bunch of them open up into 5 needle-faced appendages. Mother's here too. Mother's everywhere. Mother is actually going to take this opportunity and is just going to start... no, she is mad at Freighter Joe. She's going to attack Freighter Joe. So these tendrils whip forward, grab at Freighter Joe, wrap around your ankle, take you, and just do the Hulk thing.
Yeah.
As you take 8 harm.
8 harm.
And you're now on the floor.
Okay, so I soak 3 and I take 2 barrier. and then I lose
The
3 hit points. I'm fine.
all right. The thing that is changing. Reinforcements arrive. 5 cyborgs rush into the room, and 2 more flying saucers drop out of the ceiling. Let's roll for drops. That is a 5 and a 3 for engineering. That is an HP and a biotech. But your primary objective is pretty much complete. Somebody just needs to activate that whenever it is ready.
And Q, if you take the biotech, could you do the hijack thing again?
I need to do more damage to myself, but yeah.
I got a plan.
Okay.
Can I have the HP?
Yes, please
Yeah.
take it. I want to
Absolutely.
give it to you.
All right.
I just got thrashed.
We're gonna cut back to the bridge now because we're all on time at this point. The clock is ticking down for our players or for our characters and us. We're gonna try not to push all the way to 9 o'clock, but we will see. Back on the bridge. Back to you guys. Unfortunately, you did not get any code fragments during the last phase. There are now 5 cyborgs and 3 flying saucers in the room, plus Mother.
Okay.
Okay.
Esme, can you get them together?
Will do. And I'm gonna gravity ball just whatever the biggest group of people is.
Right. Let me also say, as a reminder, not begging or anything here, but we are at $35 out of 50, and this is our real last chance to affect anything with the Mayhem meter. If somebody wants to drop $15 in the Mayhem meter, again, it goes to all these fantastic people split between this awesome cast, and it will up things for the last final bit. But yes, Esme, go ahead and you can throw a gravity bomb. I'd say you can hit either all the flying saucers or all of the cyborgs.
There were more cyborgs, right? 5 cyborgs, you said? We're just getting the max amount.
All right.
Nuke them.
3 damage to each of them?
Yes.
I believe is the call. All right. Let me erase this for future. Now we have cyborgs. HP for the cyborgs. Cool. And they have some soak. That's nice. Cyborgs are super flimsy. It's almost like they're made out of humans.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. The damage applied by the energy ball, does that bypass anything?
Nope.
Okay. They are ripped together and they slam against each other, and you hear this loud clanging sound as they slam and sort of get pushed into a ball. But they eventually sort of push off of each other. They're still kind of a mass, but they don't look all that hurt. They soaked.
Okay.
They soaked it.
All of it?
Yep.
Man. All right, so how far or away are they from me?
Near range.
Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna save the biotech. 'Cause
Unless I will say, Esme, you could have positioned that to drag Hank
Where,
in with
where
them.
do you need it? Oh, did you want to be in with them, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that.
It would do damage to you, but...
Me not having to move. I mean, I'll lose my shard. I don't care.
Gotcha.
It's fine. We just got a bunch of barriers. It's fine. We're fine.
Hank's in with them.
Okay.
Fantastic. Cool beans. It's fine. It's fine. So we're gonna kill him.
Yeah. Hack him up with your crazy arc sword.
Yeah.
Roll that smash.
Cool.
As far as cyborgs, anything weird I need to worry about? Keen 2.
King 2.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So that takes
and let me look
one
at
from
recoil.
there.
Does the gravity ball count as an attack? I think it does. It does harm. It's directed towards them. Esme.
Not an attack. Like attack is a gamified like term, right?
have we been counting powers as attacks before? I feel like we have, but I'm pretty sure
I
we
have powers that say like the next attack or power, but yeah.
Yeah. Low or high? You call.
Oh, not me.
Aaron, yeah.
I'll call low.
Okay. I'm counting that as an attack.
Okay.
They have recoil 1. You take 5 harm.
Oof. Wait, is it 5 harm all at once?
It's harm,
or
not HP.
5
No,
instances?
it's 1 instance 5 times actually. So you're probably just gonna.
Oh, cool. I'm fine.
You're fine.
Oh, yeah.
This
a-
question
that's a
usually is superfluous because most of the time you just soak
distinction.
recoil anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, this is about to hurt.
Yeah. Go for it. Yeah. Did you
I
roll?
don't see that.
Roll that smash.
Haven't yet. Haven't yet. This is gonna be so good. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's a full success.
All right. What does that do?
That does chill out. That does 4 harm. Yeah, that's 4
I
harm.
asked, but they all lose a shard. Is basically what that comes down to.
Cool beans.
And
but
you
they also
take.
they have bleed, and it does 3 bleed.
Okay, 3 bleed. Gotcha. On each of them, you take 5 instances of 1 point of harm.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all that
Cool
is.
beans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Recoil 1
All right.
really hardly matters, to be fair.
Recoil 1. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was reflect. I was about to be real scared.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Not reflect. Not yet.
Gotcha. All right.
Not yet.
That's just 1. We're gonna do it again.
All right.
Cool. That's another 4.
Okay, another 4 damage. They soak that.
Yep. I ignore soak.
You
buddy.
ignore soak, yeah. So you
I do.
slash forward. Almost instinctually, each of these guys sort of throws their mechanical part towards your blade, thinking it's going to protect them, and your
Yeah.
sword flares with energy as it just sort of lightsabers through the metal of their body. You said 4 damage?
Yeah.
Bypassing soak.
And barrier and resilient.
And you can hit all of them.
Yep.
You slash them all in half.
Hell yeah, brother.
They look momentarily like this is not going to do anything. I'm just going to lean into it. And then their eyes go wide and then glaze over as they all fall apart in half. All right, that's 5 kills on our kill tracker.
Also, that was 5. I forgot. I can do +1 harm because of the exosuit. All
There you
right.
You cut them in half even more.
There are 3 saucers and Mama.
Okay. I really want to save my movement. Is there a saucer that I can like strike at? Right now?
Saucers maintain at near range. You
Rude.
cannot get close to them because they're flying. Anytime you approach, they move back to near range.
Dang it. Okay, well, I'm not gonna hit those. Okay, then I guess what I can do, I can support Hayden.
All right, Hayden, you get +1 die on something. What are you going to do with it?
I think Hayden's going to be shooting at Mother twice. I think that is their plan. So we will see how that goes. And wait, does Mother have keen?
Mother has keen 1, yes.
Okay. So
We've always taken
that-
the back end off of it, I believe. So that's a 4 and a 1.
okay.
So it's a 4. You lose 1 biotech, but your attack does go through, and it's a cyber attack. So what does that do?
So unfortunately, because it's not a 6, that only does 4 harm, but it does shred and it has pierce.
Okay, so it bypasses soak and reduces soak by 1.
Yep.
Excellent. Yes, you cleave into it. Cleave? What are you using? You are shooting. You
I'm
shoot
shooting.
into it. You pop a few more rounds into another tentacle, and I kind of see like a burst fire shot where you just fire a line of bullets and it cuts one of these tentacles off and it slams down in the ground and flops around before a bit before calming. It blew another shard.
Beautiful.
I will let you know, Mother has ridiculous stats, but they're shared between room.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Ah.
good
Alright.
you know.
And I think then with
You
my
tell how
next
many shards
attack,
are
I'm going to do it again, just with less assistance.
All right. I'm gonna say no. You can't really tell how much shard is left. There is a billion of these tentacles, and you don't even
Ooh.
know what's in the other room. But that is a full success. That is a
That
6
is,
this
and
time,
that
so
is-
that's doing a bunch.
And that
damage.
is 8 harm.
8
Yep.
harm.
Let's go.
Blows another shard.
Cool.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Just gets better.
Anyone still have actions?
Yep.
Go for it.
Well, you hit the bigger punch, so let's see how much shard I can blow. Esme is going to shoot Mother twice. I'll get rid of that extra die because of the keen. That's a 5.
All
So
right.
that's 3 harm. That is lethal and pierce.
Okay.
And then a 6. So another 3 harm that is lethal and pierce.
Okay. You blast away a few more tentacles.
Over to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm just gonna blast it with my gun.
All right.
Bam. I can't see what that was.
All right. That is a 3.
Oh,
You
that was a
lose 1
3.
biotech. It does go
Hell.
through. So how much is that doing?
8.
8. Do you
And
bypass
then-
anything?
Yes, I bypass lethal. Oh, sorry, I have 1 extra die there. Let me just see if that
Yeah,
matters.
roll it.
It did not.
No.
Very much now.
So what is this getting through?
This bypasses barrier and resilient.
Gotcha. So it does hit soak. How much damage did you say? 8?
8. 8 harm.
All right. And the soak was actually reduced, so that hits even more. All right. Gotcha.
And then I'm gonna do it again.
All right.
That's a full success for another 8.
All right.
If it's still up, I'm going to take the split action for an extra action. I'm going to use that action to reload.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I am out of actions I can use, so I will just drop a smoke bomb. So me and all near and close allies gain 2 soak this round.
Okay. That is all of you except Hank, because Hank was pulled forward to deal with the cyborgs. So all but Hank get what? 2 soak? 2 soak. All right, let's see. That is all 5 of the cyborgs you took out. Nobody dealt with any of the saucers. All right, cool. That moves us over to our enemy phase, right? That's all of you? I believe that's all of you.
Mhm.
Enemy phase. There is going to be 3 saucer attacks. Where are we looking at saucers? Let's see. Because I can activate all of them now. I'm not gonna get too fancy with them. I'm just going to have... That is Hank. All three of these saucers sort of zoom in and begin swirling around you, still at near range, as three of these green dots light up on you and swirl around. You are going to take 3 instances of 5 harm. Focus fire. Hank's down. All right.
Okay. Well, hold on. Actually, never mind. I didn't use that power anyway.
Hank drops.
Okay. Yeah, 3 instances. Yeah, Hank's down.
All right. Hank's down. I'm sure you guys can get him up.
Wait. Hold on. Let me actually do math.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. All right. So that was
Math is important, folks.
1. That's 4. Okay, and then 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am still up.
All right. Nice.
I am still up. Barely.
Okay, awesome. With that, reinforcements arrive. There are now 5 flying saucers, 2 Kaisers, and 2 Slags flow into the room. 5 drops. Let's see if we get any pieces. That is an HP, a biotech, a biotech. Come on, really? A biotech. On a 5 and a 6, you get a code fragment. It should be 1 out of 3. And a barrier. A barrier harness. Still no code fragments. RNG does not like you guys.
I'll take a biotech.
How many biotechs do we get?
3.
I'll take a biotech.
I will also take a biotech and an HP. And if no one
And the
minds,
barrier.
also the barrier.
All right.
Please, please.
Okay, so Operation Cheese Cutter is having a difficult time getting these code fragments. I imagine that a number of you are shouting back to each other. You're trying to compile this code. You're getting information. You're moving back and forth between consoles. You're grabbing access chips off of any of these bodies. Thank you, Muse, for that 14. $1 away from the next Mayhem mode. But you can't actually get the whole sequence in the computer. It's just not the alien technology. You just can't exactly figure it out. We're going to flash back over to engineering. You guys, however, Operation Intolerant Lactose, you guys are ready to go. You can communicate with each other if you would like. But you guys are ready to go. All you need to do is have an action, press the button, and run. It's up to you whether you want to keep that redundancy. There's still Mother there to deal with. Aaron, you raised your hand.
Do cyborgs have the robot tag?
Sorry, say again?
Do cyborgs have the robot tag?
Cyborgs do have the robot tag. Robot.
Oh, good.
Let's see. Robot drops. That drops gear pieces, I believe.
Well, that's not what I'm really worried about.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw my mag bomb.
All right.
So what that does is, I throw it to a near location. All robot enemies presently in combat are pulled here, and the next attack or power that targets one robot instead targets all of them.
Okay.
There are 3 saucers and 5 cyborgs in this combat?
Correct.
Q?
Yeah. Sorry.
Can you take over all of these robots then?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
If you take over one, it hits all of them.
Well, all right then.
Incredible.
That's pretty dumb,
Incredible.
and I love
I
it.
have
Yeah.
had this
all right.
stupid mag bomb since session 2 and never gotten to
Alex?
use it.
Alex, I'm calling shenanigans on this.
All I have to say is, Aaron, where were you when I was playtesting?
Yeah, because this is broken as
This is
all
I
hell.
love it.
incredible. All right, so
Ah.
we got a biotech, right?
Yeah, we
From
had
the
we had
last-
three, we gave
okay.
you one.
Yes, I wanted to make
Mhm.
sure. I'm going to data loss. I'm
All
gonna
right.
Take true.
Someone clip
I'm gonna
this.
take true
Yes,
harm.
please.
I'm gonna take true harm to give me the 3 biotech I need.
All right.
To hijack.
Hijack one, hijack them all. I'm not going to do 8 instances of math all to each other. Because quite frankly, I don't think it matters all that much. Because it's a power, you can't have them attack Mother because it doesn't count as cyber, so all they can do is attack each other. I will say you can get them all to basically fight each other and clear the room.
Sweet. Sweet ass. Okay.
But there is still Mother.
Then sure. Okay. Ian, can you activate it?
I can. Is it time for that?
Yes.
Do you want
I
to
will
discuss
be-
with the other team first? Or do you just want to press the button?
Ian would hop on the comms and be like, "We're in position. We're ready to go. Are you
Oh.
prepared to make an exit?"
Yeah, fucking let's go.
And then Ian would just report back, "The other team's ready. Let's do this."
Yeah, we're getting fucking nothing. We can just go, yeah? Like, looking to the rest of the team. Like, we can go, right?
Hayden nods. Hayden nods vigorously.
Yeah. You all right? Okay. Yeah, no, I think we can just fucking boot scoot boogie.
Who did I drop last round? I know that was Q. Was that
It
Hank
did
or was
not
that?
actually-
No, no, it turned out you didn't.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Did-
Right, you
Did
you
not.
just survived. Right. Cool.
Mhm.
Cool.
Just barely.
Just barely. That's all you need.
Uh-huh. Okay, so yeah. Then I think best way to go about it, Ian activates it, then you use your other movement to run.
Yep.
Ash, we did good. Ash has oomph.
If the idea is just to press the button and run, we're going to drop into our escape phase. I'm not going to worry about going through all the
Perfect.
actions.
Then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Are both
But please
teams
still roll for drops.
ready to commit to this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're getting nothing in Team A, so.
Wait, teammates just like, I don't know.
All right, engineering. Somebody please record this. 1 bio drop.
Okay.
Bio drop.
Okay.
A barrier harness.
Okay.
HP. Bio drop. Bio drop. Barrier
So many
harness.
biodrops. Okay.
Bio drop. Plenty of bio.
Okay.
Nibbles is taking a bio.
For each bio, I can give 2 HP. If that would
Oh,
be.
sorry, this isn't even Nibble. This is Freighter. This is engineering. This is Freighter Jet.
Yeah.
Make 'em.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's really anything. I could use some for scout in case we need to, like, on the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should probably take some because I do have bandage in case we need that at
Okay.
any point.
Yeah, that's
The
what I was.
two of
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
yeah, the two of
Mhm.
you. Honestly, like, let me get just one, and then you can
Mhm.
split. Yeah, yeah, because there was 2 barriers, 1 HP, and the rest were bio drops. So that's 5. So if I take one, you two can both have 2 each.
Okay.
Right.
Sounds good.
I will say once more, just to get the even number because it makes math so much easier for me. $1 away from our next mayhem meter. Let's get some mayhem on the way out. It'd be great. All right, we are jumping into our escape phase. You guys can begin dashing your way out of both of these rooms. We sort of split into a split camera of both of our teams. Operation Cheese Cutter, Operation Intolerant Lactose, both in 2 different parts of the ship that now need to converge and make their way back to the ship, the GDG ship in the cargo bay. This is straight from the section of the Cyberrats book, this escape phase. There is an escape meter. This is a demo play, and I'm feeling nice. I will let you know it has 8 sections to it. Extra because Mother is alive in both of those rooms. On their turn, operatives can defend their friends by attacking the swarm of enraged enemies, or they can further the escape. We are not in actual combat here. We are not going action by action, turn by turn, player by player, whatever it may be. So you can choose to either defend, or you can try to help with the escape. To escape, the operatives roll an attribute or use an appropriate power and narrate what they are doing. For each success, a box is marked. Now that power has to really be worth it. Succeeding represents, getting through a whole bunch of enemies, opening a sealed door, grabbing some sort of vehicle, whatever creativity you might have. A power can, like it said, a power can be used for a free check mark, but each power can only be used once. Whenever someone attempts to escape. Yeah, anytime somebody makes an attempt to escape, I get to activate an enemy. So we're not going into drops. I mean, we're not going into full-on combat, but if you try to escape, I get to activate an enemy. Usually targeting one of the operatives that are defending. So whoever still has the most defenses should be defending, because whoever is activating the escape is going to trigger an enemy attack, which can be from Mother. You need to fill up that 8-tick clock within 3 rounds. You have 1 clock for each group, because they're moving on their own from 2 separate locations.
Okay.
So let's actually stick with the engineering team, Operation Intolerant Lactose. We see, Ian, you are down there with the bomb. There is the comically large big red button. You slam that down, throw yourself up out of the maintenance bay, and the 4 of you, we see you charging, firing at different aliens that are still pouring out of doors that are opening. Saucer drones are dropping out of more orifices in the ceiling and the walls. Mother's tentacles are filling into the room. You have to bat them away, shoot them, slash into them, but you manage to run out of engineering and begin making your way toward the cargo bay. What would each of you like to do? You each get an action. Not a combat action, breaking it down into combat. You can choose to either defend or escape. What would you like to do?
Hey,
Cool. Escape. I think Packrat would like to defend.
I was going to say Ian's going to defend because I don't know where everyone else is with Shard, but I think he might have the most.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
He is willing to step in and be that person to defend while the rest of you are focused on escaping.
Ian and Joe are
Okay,
defending.
then
Joe is gonna escape.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Mhm.
Just Ian defending.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Ash is gonna escape, gonna spend one of that biotech to use opening, basically using shaped charges to create a shortcut by making a hole in the wall to a place that is closer and sort of cutting through the winding hallways.
All right. You know there is a parallel corridor that is one tier up and just to the side. You take out a big pack of C4, shove it up to the corner of the ceiling, back everybody up. Boom! Just pours out, mixed with alien alloy and this weird vaporous spore-like gas. And there is a huge hole in the bulkhead here, and you guys can run your way forward. Doing so, however, I get to activate Mother and grab at Ian. You are the only one defending this group. Ian, you are going to take 8 points of harm as you are trying to pull yourself through this opening that Ash has made. Mother's tendrils wrap around your ankle, slam you back into the wall hard, but you manage to pull yourself away, hacking at it with a knife, shooting it with your gun. You do manage to escape, make your way back to the group, but that is 8 harm towards you.
Blowing Shard.
Who else is escaping? And how?
Okay.
I mean, Joe's just.
We're getting back in the wall. We're getting back in the walls, baby.
How is that helping the group as a whole?
I'm closer to the panels and the controls to open the doors and make our escape easier.
All right, you are focusing on getting in the walls, directing the actual mechanics of the doors and sensors and whatnot to keep the way open. All right.
Yep. We have a sea full of green lights ahead of us. At least that's what I'm going for.
Go ahead and roll that for me.
Okay. That's a full success.
Okay, perfect. That is another segment complete. As you are charging down, Pack-Rat disappears into the wall, pouring into various alcoves and sphincters and whatnot. Yeah, I like that word. And you see the doors, one after another. Again, you all go charging through, and Mother's tentacles begin pouring out of parts of the wall, ripping up through the floor, just forcefully shoving through the bulkheads. And it is going to, Ian, as you are running forward, trying to protect everyone, one of them just comes clear through the wall and slams into your chest for another 8 damage. Nibbles.
Joe.
Or, yeah. Joe.
Still in the other room, right?
Yeah.
I am escaping, and the way that I'm escaping is I'm just grabbing people and just shoving them toward the door, carrying them if I need to, helping everyone get closer to that door.
Just brute strength. Push, drag, pull, whatever it takes.
That's right.
Smash away.
You got it. That's a 6.
A full success. That is another segment gone. No consequences, except for the one that comes with escape. You grab onto Ian's arm. You push you push Ash forward, grab onto Ian's arm and yank him forward, but you don't you meet with resistance as the other arm, a mother tendril, wraps around it. And Ian, you are temporarily, you feel both of your arms being pulled out of your shoulder sockets, but you manage to kick back with one foot, wriggle that arm away from Mother. You take another 8 harm, because you're the only one defending, and you keep moving forward.
It's fine. I can do this all day.
All right. Yeah, I mean, probably.
I haven't blown through all my shard, and I'm
Yeah.
about to pop an adrenal shunt as well. So we're
Back to Operation Cheese Cutter. You guys just heard over the radio, Ian said, "It is time to go. We're blowing the bomb." You all rush out of the bridge. Again, firing away at whatever enemies still remain. More gray brains pour out of the walls. There are now slags shooting down at you with rifles. Those crystalline energy rifles. There are Kaisers running behind at you with their long stalagmite-like crystalline claws. And, of course, Mother tendrils again flowing out of the room, pushing through the bulkheads. Who's defending? Who's escaping?
defending.
Gaping.
Hank is going to don't look at me like that. Hank is escaping.
Okay. So again,
Not
everyone but
happy
JD.
about it.
All right, cool.
No.
Esme, you want to defend as well?
Esme's defending.
All right. I will remind everyone we have a hard out at 9. If we have to drop to a cutscene, you don't make it. Okay,
right.
2 of you defending. That is Nibbles and Hank. How are you progressing that?
So I got 2 biotech. So we're just like 3V in it. We're fucking cooking.
Oh yeah.
We are moving.
All right, you're going to spend that power. I like it. You grab everybody. You pull all the resources you can. You dig deep into the biotech, and this field, almost like warp field, forms around you. Your muscles bulge. You grab on everyone, and you just run forward. That's an automatic clock down. And I get to attack somebody. Who do I attack? Evens. Okay. Esme. How mean do I want to be? We'll just make this a Kaiser. Yeah, you take 7 points of damage as a Kaiser runs forward and jabs its stalactite claw into your back.
2 of those get soaked, and then...
Who's next? Nibbles, I should say, is next. How are you helping escape?
Points of damage, did you say? Or
7.
harm?
7.
7, okay.
Bypasses soak.
Oh, I'm down then. If
You're
it
down.
bypasses soak.
Okay, you're down. It has pierce, it bypasses soak.
Oh no. Nibbles is running and just knocking over like, you know, the classic scene, like you're running through the alleyway and you like toss over a merchant's like clothing stand. It's like whatever the sci-fi equivalent of that is. If I can just like create obstacles for the people behind us, you know, like just chucking debris and scanners and whatever is in these hallways.
You can see there's some carts strewn about, but more than that, there are these sort of clamshell protuberances in the wall. You can open that out, rip things out of the wall, just throw that side of the clamshell on the ground, rip wires out, steam starts shooting out, electrical wires start flailing all over the place. Let me ask, because somebody is on the ground, injured and unconscious. She is unable to move on her own until somebody heals her. What are the rules for carrying somebody? If you are carrying somebody...
Nibbles actually has 2 biotech and the bandage power.
Okay, do you want to do that on your turn instead?
I actually do instead. Like Nibbles thinks about it and like starts running and then stops and hears the words. You know, if we don't know that we can trust you, we're gonna leave you behind. And stops and uses bandage.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna add Either we all get out or none of us do.
All right. That does not count towards the escape clock, but Esme, you are back. You are actionable again. But not in time to help defend this, probably for the best, because Mother is going to attack Hayden now for 8 points of harm. All of you rush forward and try to catch Esme as she falls, apply a quick bandage, and again, out of the ceiling, a tendril falls down, wraps around Hayden's neck, and pulls you up, slamming the top of your head into the ceiling. You pull away from it, choking, and drop down to the floor. That is turn 1 out of 3 for both of us, for both parties. Back to intolerant lactose. Who's defending? Who's escaping?
Ian is still defending.
All right. Anyone else? You are at 3 out of 8 segments on your escape clock.
Just keep us going, guys. Just keep us going.
All right.
Okay,
I can take it.
Raiders run.
Ash is gonna try to escape.
All right. How so?
Escape.
When we like as we go sort of around, take like a fork, Ash is gonna throw down a smoke bomb just to obfuscate where we're
All
going.
right. That sounds like a sly roll.
Oh, I have a power. This would be.
Oh, it's a power. Okay.
Yeah.
That is a free clock and another 8 points of damage to Ian. Yeah, you all run forward, and shooting out into this smoke bomb just towards the end. Ian, you are trying to keep all of the enemies at bay, block things, use powers, keep Mother at bay. You're the last one to go through, and you get clotheslined by a tentacle, and you just poof, down on your back. You quickly scrabble up and continue moving forward. Who's next?
So we had the jetpack on our end, right?
That's right.
Yes. Items are only going to help so much. You still need to roll.
Sure, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying
Just
to
clarifying. Yeah.
give us a bonus.
Of course.
Yeah. So probably not the one in the walls. Can I sort of use the ship against the Mother? Like using little systems to like short circuit and spark and like bring up panels to sort of block and interrupt her approach.
That's not going to prevent Ian from being attacked, but it is
Right,
going
no,
to
but
help
it's-
clear the way. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Flavor-wise, that's what we're going for.
Sure. Yeah. Cyber, I assume?
Yeah.
All right. Roll away.
Okay.
All right. Full
Here we go,
success.
full
You do
success again.
so. Yeah, I mean, Mother can attack and is trying to attack more than just Ian, and you are doing these things to help keep her at bay. Ian providing most of the protection, but as these tendrils begin moving out of the wall, you supercharge the output in that wall, and they burst through and flail, and you all get this psionic scream in your head. Ian, you take another 8 points of harm as the flailing of all these tendrils, you just cannot get through without getting smacked around. Joe.
Yeah. Raider Joe is just going to try and rip a shortcut through these winding halls. Just try and tear a hole on the door here.
Yeah, we're not dealing with doors anymore. Just take your sword and just lightsaber your way through the bulkhead.
That's right. That's a 5.
All right.
Hell yeah.
You do. It takes a little bit of time. Ian, you have to plant down, and you do have to fight these things. Shoot. Tendrils get close. Enemies get close enough. You smack them with your rifle, slash away with a knife. You keep them at bay, but you are pummeled by more tentacles, and as you follow the rest of them through. All right. That is everybody putting intolerant lactose at 6 out of 8 blocks. Cheese Cutter, back to you guys. Who's defending? Who's escaping?
Well, Esme's definitely escaping.
All right. Esme cannot defend anymore.
Nibbles will defend. Go.
Okay.
Nibbles is defending.
That's right.
Escape.
Hayden, sticking on defense.
Go.
How many did we get the first round?
You only got 1 out of your 8
Yeah,
segments on the first round.
I think Hayden has to be
All right,
escaping.
just Nibbles then. How are we proceeding?
Okay. I think go rocket boots on Hank. Just like tossing, everyone forward and then leaping. He's cutting through whatever enemies he can along the way.
Okay. Yeah, you want to just clear the area, cut down anything coming out of the walls,
Yeah.
push through any obstacles. Yeah, roll me a smash.
Ow.
All right, you get a
Rude.
clock segment there, but you do take 1 HP loss as you are clipped by these things that you are fighting off as they begin pouring out like smiths out of a hallway. But on top of that, Nibbles, the Kaisers that are still chasing you. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to make this a slag just to mix it up. You are going to take 6 points of. Yeah, you're going to take 6 harm.
Great. Shard.
All right. And it does drain a biotech for whatever that matters at this point. Who's next?
Love it.
I can go next if you'll allow me to do this, Jack, with the biotech cost. I'm thinking that Hayden's going to use the Sidear ability. I know
Yes.
it's usually 0 cost, but I'm thinking they are using it to try and find the clearest, least enemy-infested hallways and help the group in that way.
Love it. You peer your mind through the bulkheads. You can sense this is a hornet's nest that you just smacked with a baseball bat. It is a mess. There is no clear route, but you find the one with the least amount of mother tentacles and angry interlopers, and you direct the group in that direction. Nibbles, mother's coming at you for this one. We're not messing with any interlopers. You take 8 harm.
Another shard.
All right, another shard down.
All
Hank.
right.
No. Esme, yes.
Esme is just going to point to the hallway behind her and launch a gravity ball down there to just try and collapse the hallway in and cut off the path behind us.
Okay. You can buy that with your biotech expenditure, sure. All right, you turn around, launch a slow-moving gravity ball. On top of that, that means that all of these enemies chasing after you are contained in one area and unable to charge forward. So all of those real dangerous endgame enemies like Kaisers and Robo-Reps and Slags are held back, but that does mean that Mother, who can just shoot straight through the walls, attacks Nibbles once again for 8 harm.
Shard.
All right. I believe that is everybody from this team, which means that is 2 out of our 3 rounds. Cheese Cutter is halfway through their clock, 4 out of 8. Intolerant Lactose, you are at 6 out of 8. We're back to you, Intolerant Lactose. Who is defending? Who is escaping?
Defending, and I'm popping an adrenal shunt.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's go. I think because we just need 2, right?
Yes.
Fredidra will escape.
I think Pack-Rat will also escape.
I guess Ash will for redundancy. I mean, how bad are you?
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay, like
Okay,
No.
once we get the 2, like we're good.
Your team is safe. Yeah, you're
we
in the
have to
ship,
make
you
it-
are powering up, you are ready to go. You can call it and leave the other team behind at any time, or you can wait and stay.
I just need to know,
Yep.
like once we get our 2, that's
Yeah,
it. For
that's
that
it. You're
round.
done. Yep.
We're good.
At least this team.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Ian on defense then.
So you know what? Can I defend instead of Ian? I also have. I can
You also have
also.
shard and shunt?
I have a shard and I can pop an adrenal shunt.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll let Ash take that.
Okay.
Okay.
Ian, you are
I'll
not
move to
defending. Ash,
escape.
you are.
All right. Raider Joe has biotech to burn and is going to use the throw power to just pick up my friends and just chuck them.
All right. All right, we got $10 for our mayhem meter. That's mayhem. It's still not an even number, but I love it. Thank you so much, Afro Dave, I believe. So mayhem is coming at the last minute. Raider Joe, you grab in turn all three of these guys and just chuck them forward. Ash, as you are flying through the air, I imagine you spin around and just start shooting Matrix style like Trinity as you are flying backwards. Which is good because as you are flying backwards, a tentacle slams down from the ceiling and actually it's an adrenal shunt. The attack still hits, slams into your body. You hit into the ground hard, bounce a few times, and start rolling away. But you are so hopped up on biotech, you don't even feel it. Your eyes are fully dilated. You feel nothing. You tumble, spin, get up, and continue running. One more segment to go. Who's up?
That's gonna be.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead. You do the thing.
Okay, so I'm debating two options, but what I'm thinking is, I think what I'm gonna do is use. Well, I have a few biotech, so it's not the last of it, but use my biotech to use blind spot and basically make us disappear from view for a moment.
Okay.
To buy us enough time to get the rest of the way and help them not see which path we're taking.
Yeah.
So that there's that moment of blindness.
Yes, and Mother basically is the ship at this point, and probably relying heavily on sensors. So you create that blind spot and prevent her from really determining where exactly you are. She's still a heavily psionic creature, so that does mean that she is able to pinpoint that one target that she knows needs to stop, the one target that is preventing the rest of you from continuing, which is Ash. You get hit with another 8 points of damage as one of these tendrils shoots forward, wraps around you, and squeezes. But that is the final track. You pull yourself away from it just in time for the lot of you to dash into the docking bay. You see your ship, this commandeered interloper UFO, GDG, painted on the side. You rush forward, rush up the ramp, make your way into the ship, head up to the bridge of your own ship, and start telling the director, Director Himalaya, who is there, it's time to go. We do have Operation Cheese Cutter now, who still needs 4 segments, and the mayhem meter means that the bomb tied into this core, it's not a controlled explosion like setting the self-destruct sequence would be. You are overloading every conduit in the ship. Everything starts exploding around you. Different panels start exploding. Wires of electricity fall down and start slashing about, jostling about. You are all overcome with Mother's psionic scream. All of your rolls are going to take a minus. It's mayhem mode. I'm going to take a -2 penalty. There needs to be a benefit to this too, because I can't just make it harder. I need to give you cool things. What party is this? This is that party. I will remind Hank, you do still have your missile. If you can use that in any way, you didn't use it in the fight. So you do still have your missile, and I will say, as the walls are exploding and whatnot, it actually triggers the ship in the cargo bay. We cut over to the cargo bay once more, the docking bay. The wall of the docking bay actually explodes in places, and we see the ship power up, the engines turn on, and full reverse just slam back into the ship itself, knocking back bulkhead after bulkhead, corridor after corridor. I'm going to give you a free tick of that clock as the ship is meeting you part of the way.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So we need 3.
You need 3
And
successes.
Hayden
This
can
turn.
defend. Hayden can defend. So if the
Okay.
rest of
Hayden
you
is
can
defending.
escape, Hayden is defending.
You need 3
Very
successes.
specific wording there.
Minus 2 dice on everybody. How are you doing it?
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Okay. Hey. All right. Making away, lads. Hold on to your butts. Missile. Yeet. Good. Hucka-chucka.
I imagine you grab onto everybody. This is a full missile. You turn the missile's engine on, cook that out, and use that to actually propel a lot of you forward. And you spin it around, let go, you jump forward. This missile shoots off behind you and explodes in the background.
Hell
A
yeah.
huge chunk of the interior of this section of the ship explodes. Another psionic scream hits your brains. And Hayden, you take 8 points of damage. I'm going to say mostly from the explosion, but I'm doing the damage from Mother. All right, 2 more to go.
Okay.
Who's next?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
8 minutes.
Oh no. I just got the thing.
Yeah.
Do I have to roll? I'm good.
No, you got it. You
Okay.
used your mayhem
Yeah.
mode. Yeah.
Okay.
Can
Please.
I bio-inject to get stuff to use a power?
If you have a bio injector to give you biotech, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm going to try. Can I try to like focus my teleport and like blink everyone forward?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
A short distance.
Draw on that biotech. You're not going to get as far. It's not going to be as accurate, but you can rip a hole in the fabric of reality and pull everyone with you. Yeah. What are you rolling for that?
For teleport.
Right. You are using an item and buying the success with the
and
power.
power.
No, you're good. You're
Yeah.
good actually.
Okay.
Hayden, you take another 8 points of damage. You are pulled through this psionic tear in reality, get thrown out the other side, and a tendril actually follows you through this teleport, wraps around your neck and squeezes. Your eyes go black for a second, and then the portal closes, and the tendril gets cut off from the rest of Mother. You can feel it flop around. You pull it away from your neck, it slams down to the ground, and you continue going. All of this is on you now, Nibbles.
So, Nibbles doesn't have anything except Cyberrat -2. So we're going for exactly what we said before, running, tossing things in the way, and hoping.
Yep.
And Nibbles says, "Please let this be enough." No.
Oh.
Wait. No.
Nope. That's it.
No.
That's a
No,
full
yes.
failure. The rest of you have all acted, and you can't assist afterwards. Operation Cheese Cutter. We see you dashing through the hallway after you make it through this teleport. Walls are still exploding. We move quickly. The camera moves quickly down this corridor as we see explosion after explosion, Die Hard style, at your backs as you are running forward. Nibbles, you grab onto things and just tear them out of the wall, and that causes the explosions to get even more intense where you are. You grab onto the wrong thing. You grab onto a stabilizer that really needs to be stabilizing right now. You grab onto a pipe that is full of noxious supercharged plasma, and it sprays into everyone's face. And you are charging forward. The ship begins falling apart. The camera pulls out of that hallway down into the docking bay, out of the ship, and we see explosion after explosion as this city-sized UFO kind of does the Titanic thing and breaks apart into 3 separate pieces. Operation Cheese Cutter team. You're not making it out. unless Nibbles.
Yes.
This was your action.
Yeah.
You see all of this happening. You see this pipe that you pull out. You see this explosion as it is happening. It is a snap decision you need to make. Are you throwing yourself on this grenade? Are you pressing yourself up against the focal point of this explosion? Are you sacrificing yourself so the other three can escape?
This is Hayden here
Yes.
on this team.
Mhm.
Yeah, Nibbles, like, some of my back rats just say, tell Ian he knows what to say to him, and jumps on the grenade.
Okay, you throw yourself against the wall, grab onto this pipe, grab onto these wires, and we see this explosion of noxious gas, of console rocks, of electricity. There is a flash as the screen goes white. Smoke pours out of the hallway into the cargo bay as we see heavily bruised, ragged, bleeding, limp running Esme, Hayden, and Hank charging forward towards the GDG ship. You jump into the hangar there, the ramp, as it begins closing up, and we see your ship bolt out from the UFO as more explosions take the ship. You slam into the GDG ship, slams into the wall of the docking bay as explosions rock the entire ship. Your shields are damaged. The exterior hull sort of crumples. We do see debris flow out from your ship, but you do manage to clear the ship as explosion after explosion goes off. We pull back rapidly, very rapidly, to the point where we lose sight of the GDG ship. We lose sight of the rapidly crumbling Interloper ship, and we pull back just to see the Earth and the moon. And then there is a blinding flash of light emanating from just a little bit away from the moon. And we see this blue-green wave of energy that cuts through this entire section of space. Blinding light, slash upwards, slash laterally. And a chunk of the moon is taken out from the engine of this city-sized alien UFO exploding that close to it. Rock gets thrown off into the solar system as this almost Death Star-like massive crater is blasted into the side of the moon. And for a second, we see only that explosion, until riding the blue-green energy wave of this explosion, shields flickering, distended to whatever power they still have left. We see the GDG ship surfing that blast wave back towards the Earth. The shields are expended. We see the engines cut out. The lights go dark. Debris is flying. Smoke and fire is pouring out the back of the ship. But it survives and coasts the rest of the way as we see it hurtling down back towards Earth. The Interloper ship destroyed. And that's where we're going to end it. Your mission, successful. Everyone survived, all except one, all except for Nibbles. Sacrificed himself so that the rest of at least that team could survive. Enough time, just barely, for your ship to escape. But the Earth has been saved. The Interlopers are no more. At least this one. At least this ship. Who knows how many more are out there in the galaxy. But the Earth is safe for now. And we see the GDG ship start lowering itself down into the atmosphere, barely holding on. And I think we will pick up next week at the beginning of our final review and analysis of Cyberrats with our Fade to Sepia epilogue vignettes for each of our remaining characters. We might see, I will have Alex read Nibbles' Death Note, as we've been calling them. and we'll talk about the game. We'll talk about the success. We'll talk about the characters. We'll talk about this crazy ride. But we are at our time. This is our hard cutoff. We have to go. Let me just ask, before we go, for everyone here, did you all enjoy yourself? Are we having fun? How are you guys doing?
That was
So
so
fun.
emotional. That was so emotional.
I repeat.
All
That
right.
was so beautiful, Alex. Just all of the beats. I know we're gonna process this next week, but like the dice told that story in the
so
way
good.
it was tragically meant to be told.
I am going to drop everyone's details in the chat because this is our hard cutoff. We do have to go. But thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around. Our cast, thank you so much for bringing us to time here and the incredible job you did. I've thoroughly enjoyed the story that you guys told with what I provided you. Thank you so much to the audience. Thank you so much for hanging around, the amazing chat that we've had throughout this series, and thank you so much for a complete mayhem meter. That is 3 and then some. So I think that's $106. I'm going to round it up to $160 split between this incredible cast here. So thank you so much. Check in next week. We're going to have our epilogue vignettes. We're going to do a full system analysis and review of Cyberrats. Thank you so much, and we will see you next week. Stick around, or tune back in, check out all the links I just dropped. Thank you so much for watching. And when you save the Earth, the only thing you can do when you get home is celebrate those who sacrificed themselves with a feast of heart tomatoes. Happy time zone, everybody.